A very warm welcome from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it is day 2 of week 10 here at the MODUS Super Series. It is Tuesday, which is our traditional moving day. But before we look ahead to all of the action, let's reflect what we saw on a brilliant opening day. Girvan put in some good performances, but didn't pick up a point on the first day of action here at the live lounge. Maybe the objective for him over the next couple of days is a spot in Group B. As for Stephen Johnstone, he's our ADC qualifier this week, and the man from Scotland picked up 2 wins on his opening day. As for Alexander Merkx, it was also 2 victories for him. We saw him at Champions Week last time out. What can he do this time here at the live lounge? As for Luke Littler on debut in this competition, a good opening day for him. 3 wins from his 5 matches. Could he be the mover on day 2? As for Kenny Neyens, the Belgian, there was a possibility he may go under the radar this week, but he won't be doing so after some superb performances on day 1. He finds himself second on the table, having won 3 from 5, but day 1 was all about Alex Spellman. 10 points, 5 wins, the perfect debut for the American here at the Super Series. We enjoyed a fantastic first day's action here at the Super Series. Matthew Edgar was watching it with us in the commentary box, and he joins us up here on the balcony to look ahead to day 2. But before we do that, just some thoughts and reflections on the first day's action here at the Super Series.
Really good day of action. I really enjoyed it yesterday. All the games was really quick, played at a good pace, at a good standard, and I don't really think we've seen the best of all the players yet. I think they've all got a little bit more to offer, but with that, they've still shown a very good level of consistency, and the numbers look very good.
Well, let's have a look at yesterday numerically then and see some of the key statistics from day 1. We saw 87 legs of darts in the end, a checkout ratio of 32%, which is around about the par for the course, an overall average of 85. What stands out for you statistically?
It's the 90-plus averages, 10 averages of over 90. That is really good when you look at the 15 matches that we had yesterday. And when we look ahead to today, I think we're going to see a lot more of that when you look at the checkout percentage actually being under what we'd say is the average for the Super Series, which is the 33%. It's not much under, but it is slightly under. That tells me that this is a high-power scoring group.
A high-power scoring group, but as they say, scores to show, doubles for dough. Well, let's have a look at the table then as we reach the 3rd waypoint of the group. Alex Spellman out in front, all 10 points to his name. But as we always call it, Matt, Tuesday is moving day.
And for the last few times that I've stood here in this position, when we come to Tuesday, I always stand here and I'm like, nah, there's not going to be much movement today. I think we're just going to see the table separate. Today, I actually think we're going to see a lot of movement. I think when we look at the performances of the players yesterday, Alexander Merkx being one of the high performers in terms of the averages, but only managed to get those 4 points. Girvan, yes, he's bottom of the table. Yes, he didn't get points. Yes, he didn't play his absolute best yesterday. He was a long way off. But we have seen what he can do before in the past. And when we take a look at last week, we see Darren Johnson qualified for finals night with an average of 81. Girvan yesterday was 82.5, which should give him some encouragement to know he can still get through with that level of performance.
We got 4 debutants here this week, and we mentioned yesterday the possibility that they've had that first day, but could the reality of the competition maybe set in on day 2?
That's down to the players and how the players deal with that. They'll all deal with it differently. Some people will come to a day 2 and they'll be more familiar with things, and that helps, and some people will be more familiar with things and it almost makes them retreat a little bit into themselves. So we're going to see a little bit of personality and what that's going to do for the individuals today and how they deal with that situation.
Let's see what the betting is saying regarding today's action, and now we have joint favourites to win this group.
And that's due to the fact that Alex Spellman's got that 4-point lead now at the top of the table. I think this is probably the right prices now. I think there was a little bit short yesterday. Yes, I think it's probably going to be right in the long term, but I think there was just a little bit tight and a little bit unfair at points in terms of that. But good value today now. Literally, you can take your pick on your players. I find it very surprising, though, that Girvan is 14-1 while Stephen Johnstone is 25, considering, one, how Stephen Johnstone played yesterday, which was very good, and he had 2 averages well into the 90s, but also the fact he's got points on the board.
Well, it's that time to see what Matthew Edgar is teeing up for the day with Prime Time's tips. Here it is, a 5-1 treble. That's a little bit down on yesterday. You were going for an ambitious 7-1 shot.
I think it's because the bookies are now very aware of what I said yesterday. Then 180 markets was going to take a hammering. We had 2 players that hit 10 180s on their own yesterday. So I fully expect that to continue. We've got a big power scoring group here. And the one person who didn't hit one, though, Stephen Johnstone. I'm not surprised about that as well because of those big barrels. So I'd maybe stay away from them slightly on the Johnstone games at the moment until we see a little bit more from him.
And remember, if you are having a flutter, be gambleaware.org. Well, it's Tuesday here at the Super Series, so you know what time it is. It's time for the Tungsten Teaser. Yes, everything's got tungsten, hasn't it, in these days. Here we go. This is the Tungsten Teaser, very much one for the left-handed crew here. Name the 4 left-handed Super Series players to have won weekly titles. Get in touch with us. It's via Twitter. It is at MSS Darts. Don't forget to give us a follow there as well. Matt hasn't actually seen the question yet, so it'll be interesting to see what him and Mace think about that potential Tungsten Teaser. That is for sure. But very quickly, looking forward to today, aren't we?
Yeah, just on the Tungsten Teaser as well. I actually know one of the answers, but one of them's a curveball because that player can actually play left or right-handed. One of the very rare players who can do so. And he's just as good with both.
Ambidextrous darters, hey? What? Ah, very good. Anyway, let's move on. It's our first game of the day. It is a repeat of the final match of yesterday's session as Kenny Neyens takes on Luke Littler. And if it's anything like the spectacle we saw yesterday, we are in for a treat. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action alongside Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Morning, Henry. And, well, I'm not having a gamble on the left-handers, but I think myself and Matt Edgar are in the same ballpark with one of them. Are these two going to be in the same ballpark as yesterday because it was a fabulous performance from both in what was a thrilling game to end the session yesterday. Luke Littler edging it 4-3 in the end, but averages were superb. 95 Kenny, 99 Luke Littler, a match that had 6 180s. In fact, we had 40 180s yesterday. Let's hope they can
first leg is Kenny
exceed
to
that.
First. Game on.
Great shout on the left-hander. We are thinking from the same place.
Yeah, it's a very interesting
100.
part. I've never really seen anyone that's able to play with both hands before, but
Barney can.
wow, you
Well, he's
learn more every
actually
day.
he's actually left-handed,
100.
but plays darts right-handed, which is a bit strange. But I've got some golfers like that though.
44.
But this match was a cracker yesterday, wasn't it? Had the lot 6 180s.
174.
The doubling was brilliant from both. 4 out of 6 for Littler, 3 out of 8 for Kenny
57.
Neyens.
Well, we've already seen a maximum visit as well here from Luke Littler, 174. I do think today
97.
we're probably going to see even better from Luke Littler. He was our star performer in terms of averages yesterday. Running average of 92.69 on
140.
debut.
Look the car 130.
Age is no barrier.
That's around his Challenge Tour running average, isn't it?
His development tour one, yeah.
105.
Sorry, development
Kenny
tour.
car 160.
Which is the most recent form we've got of him. But another one of those would have given him a dart at the tops.
And what do we hear? People
140.
saying the
Look the
numbers
car
don't
25.
matter. Well, from a big sample, guess what? It's spot on.
5.
If you had a
Kenny car
weakness, this was it.
20.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the one
Shot
area
on
of
the
his
first
play
leg,
yesterday
Kenny
which
Neyens.
showed a few signs of vulnerability was the finishing. He was either popping them like he did in the final match, or he was
Second leg Luke to third
he was
first.
missing
Game
a
on.
lot. I mean, in his opening game, he missed 12 darts at a double, but still won.
99.
overall numbers for yesterday, he threw 46 darts at a double and hit 14.
Wow.
So a little bit down from that sort of 33%.
Well, yeah, but I'd expect him to be around 40 plus. I mean, if he was around 40 plus, I don't think his average would be around 92 for the day.
But this is where the Super Series is going to be good for
100.
Luke Littler this week. It's going to give all of us a better read on Luke Littler. We're going to see a lot of him, and it's also going to help him understand and learn a lot from his game in terms of what he needs to be consistent at this international standard.
Yeah, it will bring his game on no end.
95.
And he'll have the opportunity to watch so much of it back and learn, you know, not necessarily the good stuff.
135. Can you count
than bad stuff.
126?
You do. You learn from both sides of it. You learn from things going well and things going wrong. I used to take coaches when I was a coach, shall we say, and I used to take them down to sessions
58.
that was I knew would be bad, just so they could see bad sessions, so that they could see what they would change and do differently. Oh, that's a different one. I mentioned last week that the 1-2-9 is a bit of an awkward finish. I've not seen that one before.
Tops for 2-0.
48. Louis Car 56.
So here's those two dart combinations that I said probably let him down a little bit yesterday, which is why he only got the 6 points.
36.
Well, Neyens missed a key double
20.
yesterday, didn't he, for a 3-1 lead. And he ultimately ended up then pretty much trying to chase Littler down.
No score. Louis Car 20.
A reprieve here for Luke Littler. You do tend to get this more in the early round of fixture this time of the morning. It's
He's on the
currently
second leg. Luke
9:42
Littler.
here in the UK. And the players would have been up probably from about 6 o'clock to prepare and get ready for this. It's not just darts isn't one of the things you can walk in and get on with it.
Game on.
To hit that peak performance, we're looking probably about 2 hours of preparation,
Yep.
sometimes even more. The baseline for a lot of players is 3 hours.
57.
Yeah, on the days I was on at 9:30 a.m., I was in here at 7:30.
Well,
100.
when I played in the World Championships a few moons ago, I got into the venue because I knew there's media commitments and things. So I got into the venue 4.5
85.
hours early. I was second game on. Peter Wright was the last game that evening, and when I got in the building, he was already there.
134.
And he had 2 hours on top of me because he was 2 games later, and he was already there. So he probably, for that World Championship game, arrived 7-8 hours early.
83.
Merv was on third in that session. He was there the day before.
He's just turned up now.
91.
Different levels of preparation. I know when I was sharing a room with Ryan Searle, certainly during those sort of bubble days,
45. Louis Car
you'd be up having a
96.
practice, getting ready, and then you'd be like to Ryan, it starts in an hour. And
Game
he'd
shot
play
on the
Mario
third leg.
Kart.
Luke Littler.
So Luke Littler went down that sort of road himself. He was quite late into the venue this morning.
Yeah, he arrived
Fourth leg, Luke to
just
third
at the same
first.
time as
Game
me.
on.
I arrived on bike. He arrived in a cab. 11 darter there for Luke Littler.
58.
His third of the campaign. Our best yesterday. A 10 from Nathan Girvan in a match that also included
84.
a 12 from Nathan Girvan and still didn't pick up the 2 points.
96.
Well, a missed double, like in yesterday's match. Well, it was
100.
multiple missed doubles in leg 2 for Kenny Neyens. Ultimately, cost him dear in this match like it did
96.
potentially in their match yesterday.
It was interesting this morning, wasn't it, when we was
127.
looking at the sports book. And when we first looked at it for today, Luke Littler was around
42.
about the 4 to 6 mark. And as this match has got closer and closer, that has got shorter and shorter, to the point it actually went off at 1 to 2.
58.
That means that people haven't lost the faith at all in Luke Littler, and they see a lot of value in him today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the 7 to 4 for him to win this group is
58. Can you recall 132?
is huge value. I mean, we're only a third of the way through the group, and I think we've seen enough for him yesterday to show that he
56.
has the
Luke
highest
Carr,
ceiling of
151.
all the players in this Group A. And when he gets it right, he's
63.
almost
Can you
unplayable.
recall 76?
2 darts at double 8. He
Game shot
only
of
needs
fourth
the
leg.
1.
Kenny Neyens.
And after a 11 dart breaker throw for Luke Littler, he has relinquished the throw straight back. He had 18 darts there, didn't get down to a double. You can see him shake his head. He's
This leg Kenny
disappointed
to
with
third
that.
first.
But
Game on.
dare I say that was another thing that was happening yesterday, where he'd have a big leg to break and then wouldn't confirm the break with the hold.
Yep.
100.
Again, we have to remind ourselves he's a 16-year-old lad who is still very much in the
135.
evolution of his career.
We end up scrutinising it
81.
probably more than we really should, just because of how brilliant he has been.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, that is just beautiful. isn't it?
180.
After that first start, it was never in doubt.
So really, well, I certainly am there. I started off with
140.
a slight scrutiny, then I passed the buck back to him for being too good. It's your own fault, Luke, for winning too many titles.
Yeah, well,
100.
that is the danger, isn't it? And it's not just the titles he's winning; it's the performance level. It's remarkable.
100. Louis Car 86.
He's 16 and better than I ever was. Oops.
66. Kenny Car 80.
Oh, and
That's
there's an
unlucky.
oops.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
76. Louis
Took away
Car
the option
20.
of the straight single there for the double. He needed the treble, which gives Luke Littler an opportunity to re-break the throw. But another one that passes
No
him
score.
by.
Kenny Car 4.
In the games he lost yesterday, this was the theme.
This is the double. We'll put Kenny Neyens a leg away.
No score.
It's exactly
Louis
the
Car
same as last time.
20.
3 really well grouped darts, but actually a little bit off the wire. You can see the signal there from Kenny Neyens about how far away he thought
Game
that
shot on the
was.
fifth leg.
Well, unlike
Luke
on the
Littler.
tens, there was no attack at the double, was there? They were just thrown in the direction.
When we talk about learning things about players, I think we're possibly
Six leg
learning
Luke
from
to
those
third
2
first.
shots
Game
there.
on.
Wherever Kenny Neyens' first dart goes, he's going to be following it.
Yep, which is why he hit so many 180s.
30.
A FDM, first dart merchant.
Would have been a lovely
100.
right on cue moment there if he filled that one up.
You've got to be having a really good day for that to happen, Matt.
That's an ideal dart there for Luke. Just sort of sat up there
100.
because the angle of entry of his darts. Same for Kenny Neyens.
Yeah, they're perfect for him.
125.
A lot of shoulder in that third dart.
You kind of don't need us here with Kenny Neyens playing because he can sort of
119.
commentate on his own game. Before, he was signalling how far away the double was there. He was showing you with the wrist that he didn't
60.
get that throw correct. Maybe we should just mic him up as well and just have a game off. He can do his with his body and he can talk about Luke Littler's.
But they did. Golfer did that, was it? Rory McIlroy did that at the golf.
82.
He was mic'd up and talking throughout his round. I found it a little bizarre, but
140. Louis Car
He
170.
did it in the wrestling as well. Jerry the King Lawler commentated on one of his own matches.
90. Kenny Ricard 76.
This is where it becomes key. Double 4 to stop Luke Littler having a
68.
match opportunity.
Luke Ricard 80.
Buckled the wire there on the double 4. Very, very close. That's perfect. Reel him in.
70. Kenny Ricard 8.
I don't think he threw that as well as he wanted to.
Well, I've lost count at how many darts at a double that Kenny Neyens
4.
has had to
Luke
win
Ricard
legs
10.
that he's lost.
Well, there's another 5 opportunities there, and it's double 5 for Luke
Game
Littler, who
shot in
throws
the
that a
match,
lot better.
Luke
You heard
Littler.
him sort of slap the thigh in disappointment almost at the same time the dart hit the board. He knew where that one was going, and on that last one, he knew where that one was going. Straight in the double 5, straight onto the board with some points today. That moves him up to second place in the table, courtesy of an 88.71 average. But coming up next, we've got Alexander Merkx taking on the man bottom of the table, Nathan Girvan.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
The ADC providing routes and pathways for players here into the MODUS Super Series. Head over to @DartCircuit on Twitter if you fancy being a part of their Vault events, which could see you land a spot here at the Super Series, just like Stephen Johnstone has done this week. We'll see him in Game 3 of our day. But in Match 1, it was Luke Littler who got the better of Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 88.71 average and an 11 darter en route. Our second match of the session sees Alexander Merkx in action, up against Nathan Girvan, looking for his first win of the group. And this is going to be watched by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, H. Yeah, big game early doors for Nathan Girvan. He was comprehensively beaten in this match yesterday. It was our penultimate game of the day. And Nathan was a 4-6 favourite to win this one yesterday. And it's Merkx who's the 4-7 favourite today. And that's because he won this tie yesterday 4-1 with an 89.81 average. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. The highest finish of the session, a 152. Nathan, 1 from 3 on the doubles, an average of 78.73.
First like it's Alexander to throw first.
Which is well below our expectations. And he went under the radar a little bit yesterday, Merkx.
45.
Did some very good stuff, Matt, didn't he?
He did. He was, average-wise, the second best
43.
player in the group, and that's despite the fact having one of the lowest turnovers on the doubles, just 16 hits on the 54 darts that he's thrown.
So that shows he has scoring power.
It does. But today, I think eyes will be on Nathan Girvan a little bit. It's okay to have a bad day. They happen to everybody. But it's not what happens to us, it's how we
59.
react to what happens to us that we sort of have to judge on. And how does Nathan Girvan react to that day? You'd be almost certain
96.
he wouldn't have had a good evening last night and it just stewed on him. But sleep can quite often just wipe the slate clean sometimes. You just wake up with a completely different
180.
vibe.
I think it's your Rocky theme, isn't it? It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you get hit and keep coming forward.
One of the best quotes,
137. Alexander Carr,
motivational
117.
comments to cling on to, and it comes from a movie.
97. Nathan Yukar, 90.
Don't know what movie that double tops would have been from, but it would have been a horror one.
42. Alexander Carr, 20.
That's a sequel.
10. Nathan Yukar, 48.
Big opportunity to get an early break of throw. Just feel he needs confidence.
40.
Won't give him any.
Alexander Yukar, 10.
Blitz this time with success.
6. Nathan Yukar, 8.
Well, you did mention
Getting shot on the
doubling
first
was
leg.
a problem
Nathan Girvan.
for Alexander Merkx yesterday. That continues in leg 1 of Tuesday.
Second leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
If things aren't going right on the headline, what you've got to do is you've got to break it down into mini sections to the point so you can find some positivity. It's very easy to go, oh, I'm bottom of the table, minus 10 legs, lost all my
97.
games, didn't really play me best. And you can just look at, but the only way you're going to get out of those is not by focusing on the 0 points, it's by focusing on the things that went well
140.
and building and growing on those. For Nathan Girvan, I think that comes in the finishing. He only had 30 darts at the double yesterday, but hit 10.
40.
That is a good turnaround across 5 separate games at 5 different times across the period of time that he was playing.
Yeah. And
100.
without putting a negative spin on it, but I'm going to only get 30 darts at a double in 5 matches shows how poorly he scored
180.
yesterday. I'm right on cue. Shut your mouth, Mason. Here's a max. Get that into you.
81.
And here's another one.
Yeah. No, 168. But the thing was, he showed the quality yesterday with in the same match had a 10 dart and a
44.
12.
Nathan Yukar, 16.
I mean, technically, that was a max visit. 3 big
Game shot on the
trebles, and the
second
3
leg.
trebles he
Nathan
went for.
Girvan.
In fact, the last 7 targets, because
Yeah,
he's just hit the
7
double 8.
perfect darts.
Third leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Alexander did this yesterday in game 1, didn't he? He started a bit slow.
60.
He actually went 3-0 down.
Yeah.
Managed to pull it back a bit, but didn't complete the job. Nathan Girvan now,
140.
that was 9 darts in a row.
Yeah, 9 perfect darts. Yeah, he went
99.
3-0 down to Spellman, didn't he? Just left things a little bit too late. Did get it back to 3-3.
81.
Just got to watch that speed from the backswing
67.
forward. It's just sometimes way too quick and way too aggressive. And he has little to no control. There it is there. And again, and you can see when it's
58.
all in the shoulder. Because the shoulder is taking the shock.
He's got a very similar
40.
action to a Nathan Aspinall.
Yep.
Just a bit more backswing than the Asp has.
42.
Yeah, and listen, he does the practice, but
65.
and I've tried to explain this to him. It's not practice if you're not learning. Just throwing at the board
50.
isn't
Alexander
practice.
Yukar, 170.
It's a turnover of technique.
Yeah.
55. Nathan Yukar, 130.
Oh, this will make him feel a whole lot better. awkward, but we've seen him produce some miracle darts in those
78.
situations.
Alexander
And
Carr,
he
115.
just rescues the situation there.
59. Nathan Carr, 52.
Merkx has got the darts in this one. He's thrown 21. He's still not down to a double.
Getting shot on the third
That
leg.
was
Nathan
the strength
Girvan.
of Girvan yesterday, the finishing, and it is once again today. 3 from 6 in this match. Who's missed darts at the double
Both like
early on
Nathan
for
to throw
Alexander
first.
Merkx
Game
seemed to
on.
be weighing heavy because leg number 1, he came out the blocks and looked like he was going to run away with this early.
Well, he hit a max in the opening leg, didn't he?
100.
There's your Spider-Man.
$100.
The hand's just not opening quick enough, and that'll be down to the speed of throw. Much smoother than that
140.
visit. You can just, the difference is night and day.
90.
What he's got to practice is controlling that. And that doesn't come from just throwing at a board, playing against yourself. You need to
30.
replicate as close as you
Nathan Carr,
can
81.
match situations. Double 12 for an 11 darter.
Getting shot in the
That
match. Nathan
was
Girvan.
outstanding. More so on the back of the disappointment yesterday of not winning a game. Nathan Girvan, in his opening match of the session, averages 95.43, 57% on the doubles, an 11 dart in there, a sequence of 9 perfect darts. Well, what a difference a day makes. Up next, it will be Stephen Johnstone against, is it against Alex Spellman?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have seen Nathan Girvan make a blistering start to the day, getting the better of Alexander Merkx by 4 legs to 0 with an average of 95 and an 11 darter to finish, which included 9 perfect darts to end. We do like 9 perfect darts, don't we, here at the Super Series? Well, the final match of the first round sees Stephen Johnstone, our ADC qualifier for the week, take on Alex Spellman, who had the perfect debut day in this competition yesterday. And this is being watched by Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Well, follow that, as they say. A good day yesterday on debut for Stephen Johnstone. Produced some really good moments. One against Nathan Girvan, where he won 4-3 with a 92.77.
got to say, I'm a big fan of the darts here of Stephen Johnstone. We mentioned yesterday he's got these quite chunky darts. They're actually called the Chunky Stumpies.
Are they? He also had a win, of course, yesterday over
First leg is Stephen
Luke
Johnstone
Littler, where
first.
he was a 5-1
Game
shot,
on.
and he won 4-2 with a 91.04. Is that the actual name of the dart?
Yeah, it just came up, 24-gram Chunky Stumpy.
45.
Chunky Stumpy, they are, aren't they? Probably right up there with the thickest darts I've seen here at the Super Series.
125.
He didn't hit a 180 yesterday, but that is probably down to the Chunky Stumpies.
Well, you've called that out, so you're probably at
60.
10 today.
There they are, the Chunky Stumpies from the side angle. Unfortunately, now I've spotted that, I'm probably not going to be able to get out of my head for the whole week. So if you want to play some sort of game along at home, one of
95.
those bingo games, Chunky Stumpy on there, and you'll probably get that marked off straight away. Make that your middle square.
100.
Like Spellman continuing where he left off yesterday to start this match.
40.
He was surprise package for me.
I actually had a bit of interaction on Twitter because people was watching back the
100.
show yesterday and heard that they wanted us to speak about Alex Spellman. We encouraged our interaction yesterday, and I've actually heard that he is actually a game designer, and
Wow.
he actually works on one of the most popular games of the modern
125.
era, on Fortnite. But even you've heard of that.
I have.
140. Alex Hukar, 160.
He wanted that, didn't he? You could see how much the 180
Only
meant.
because most of the people that used to abuse me on Twitter had Fortnite bedding or pajamas.
76. Stephen
You know,
Hukar,
the ones
56.
that live at home in their mum's box room.
Game shot on the first leg. Stephen
Really is
Johnstone.
He's a revved up character. 17 dart hold. This tie yesterday, it was
Second leg,
the
Alex to throw first. Game on.
13th match of the session. It was a 4-2 win for Spellman, where he averaged 88.13, 50% on the doubles.
96.
Solid. Not far off of his average for the day.
I actually enjoy watching Stephen Johnstone because of that little bit of
30.
fire he
Yeah,
brings.
I like it. I want to see passion. It should mean something.
$137. $85.
Good last. Always feels nice when you recover a situation with the last dart.
$85.
Not making too many inroads here into the Alex Spellman throw.
43.
The Chunky Stumpies are a little wayward at the minute. I always feel disappointed I didn't come up with something like that for my own darts, a
80.
name like that.
They call them
60. Alex Hukar,
Matt's
103.
Chunky Monkeys.
$79.
Tidies up to leave 24 after 15.
140. Alex Hukar, 24.
Are they his own darts, or has a manufacturer made them?
See, that's what I was thinking. I thought surely he's made them himself, so surely not.
No score.
I was gonna say he
Stephen
did this
Hukar,
yesterday, didn't he, on the
140.
tops where there was no way in.
Miracle dart, wasn't it? they're actually
60. Alex Yukar,
designed
24.
made by himself. Not literally, I'm sure. Not unless he's got
Getting shot
a
on the
lathe at
second
home,
leg.
then
Alex
he's
Spellman.
turned them out. But a 19 dart hold levels things up.
I'm sure by the end of today he'll be in his
leg
inbox full of
Stephen for
requests of
first.
people
Game
wanting
on.
to purchase the chunky stumpies. And I typed it into Google and I had a look, and there's
100.
similar things, but actually when you type in chunky and then you start typing stumpy in, it comes up with chunky stumpy darts. So it must be something that people have searched before.
Yeah. Well, then
33.
apart from the colour and like the coating and the actual grip pattern, they're not far off a Lowy or a Fordham.
137.
I blame you lot out there for those Google searches that exist on chunky stumpy darts.
119.
Always interesting when you type things in and see what Google searches come up, isn't it? Like,
60.
and then when I start typing in my own name, it comes up with like net worth, and it goes like, "You're worth 5 million." I thought, I wish. Always a fun one.
95.
Start typing in a player's name and see what the recent searches was.
81.
Good like this. On throw again from Stephen down to a finish after 12. Both players in the mid-80s. Not a 180
81.
yet.
Stephen Yukar, 123. $63.
Just done it for Alex Spellman. See what we got. Your recent searches are Alex Spellman dart player, Alex Spellman darts review. So there must be his own brand of darts. And Alex Spellman wife.
95. Stephen Yukar, 60.
There's always a wife search on everybody. Don't worry. I'm just
Getting shot on the
judging
third
on
leg.
Chris
Stephen
Mason's face
Johnstone.
there as Stephen Johnson keeps everything going with throw.
It's not the first thing I think about, I suppose, when I see wonder if they have a wife, or wonder what she looks like.
Fourth
or
leg, Alex to throw
what's her
first.
name?
Game on. $46.
Okay, so we've got for Chris Mason, we've got
Oh, God, look out.
Chris Mason,
100.
dart player, actor, or journalist.
Well, yeah, because I know the Chris Mason, he's a political correspondent, works for the Beeb. Nice guy.
Chris Mason, Twitter.
Nope.
Chris
Not for
Mason,
years.
wife.
46.
Plenty.
There's always probably the same answer for this one. Chris Mason's salary.
100.
Yeah, plenty.
And Chris Mason, BBC.
Yeah, that's my pal who works for the Beeb. When I was on Twitter a few years ago, he used to send me tweets and go, "I think this one's for you," and then I used to get something about Parliament, and I go, "Well, this one must be for you."
$140.
So if you are bored at home, just type in someone's name and it'll come up with the recent searches for them.
We'd prefer you to get in contact with us.
86. Stephen Yukar, 161.
You can on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at MSS Darts.
97.
Or you can contact the comms box direct via Matt Edgar.
Yeah, just chuck the handle at the Edgar 501 in there, and that will come through to my screen in front of me. It's
56.
Really
Stephen Yukar,
good
64.
interaction
Yeah.
yesterday.
Get involved. If you've got any questions or you just want to get in touch, let us know where you're watching.
48. Alex Yukar, 167.
Plenty of interaction yesterday. Welcome along if you are joining us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Give us a
59.
thumbs up.
Stephen Yukar, 16.
And don't forget to hit that notification bell.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Stephen Johnstone.
Love that roar from Stephen Johnson. But more importantly that was a breaker throw for Stephen Johnson, which is why we might have got that roar. And we did have a
Looks like
discussion at
Stephen
the
just go
start of
first.
today,
Game
didn't we?
on.
Saying Alex Spellman, is he going to be able to reproduce what he did yesterday? It was
6-8.
quite sizable. And Henry asked me the question upstairs as well. And I sort of said it's down to how the people process it individually. It looks at the moment like Alex Spellman is off the pace of yesterday.
Yeah, and he will feel the
58.
pressure. And he's feeling the pressure in this one because of the finishing from Stephen Johnstone. He is at an outstanding
85.
75% currently, 3 from 4.
So thank you, Monkey, for sending in your tweet to show us the range of darts of the chunky stumpies. And
31.
it looks very similar. It looks like just a slight adaptation on the...
I think it's just a colour, isn't it? Maybe? The
yeah, it's
coating?
just a coloured ring by the looks of it.
180.
There we go. His first of his campaign.
And Gary Stone.
100.
Did he send a photo of his hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
41.
Thank you for your interaction either way, Gary. Hope to see you here soon.
And his missing finger.
100. Stephen Carr, 135.
At the Edgar 501, if you want to come through to the commentary box or in the bottom corner. But this would be a great way to end a great leg and a great game here for Stephen Johnson.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching or if you have any questions or any thoughts. And don't forget to get involved in the Tuesday's Tungsten Teaser.
80.
The 4 left-handers that have won weekly titles here at the Super Series. Should have had another one, really. Well, we could do one,
100.
couldn't we? How many
Stephen Carr, 55.
left-handers have won world titles?
Game shot on the match, Stephen Johnson.
What a start to the day for Stephen Johnstone. Well, yesterday, Spellman didn't lose a game and Nathan Girvan didn't win one. Well, the roles have been reversed in the opening match of the session. Well, the opening matches of the session, 85-48 for Johnstone, but look at the finishing, 4 out of 5, 80%. Right, when we come back, it will be Nathan Girvan back in action against Kenny Neyens.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stephen Johnstone has inflicted the first defeat upon Alex Spellman here at the Live Lounge, doing so with 4 out of 5 on his doubles in a 4-1 success. Well, that rounds off the first round of fixtures for our moving day here at the Super Series, so a good chance to catch a quick check of the table. And as you can see, Alex Spellman still at the top of the pile, but his lead is now just 2 points from Luke Littler, who finds himself on 8. Well, we begin our second round of fixtures for the day with Kenny Neyens. He can also go to within 2 points of Alex Spellman at the top if he can get the better of Nathan Girvan, who put in the performance of the opening round of fixtures. In the commentary box for this one, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. The match is coming thick and fast. And a chance for Nathan to build on that super performance in his opening match of the session. Didn't get a win yesterday. Well, he's put that right with a 4-0 thumping of Alexander Merkx, where he averaged 95.43. And a match where there was a sequence of 9 perfect darts. Not a 9-darter, but 9 perfect visits. Well, it wasn't a visit, it was 2 treble 20s, wasn't it, before it? He hit a 140.
First leg is Nathan
Customer
to
to play in
Game
Kenny
on.
Neyens when they met yesterday. They were 5-6 each of 2, and Kenny won it 4-2. This morning, they went 5-6 each of 2 again.
$93.
The two players before the start of this game embracing in a pre-match cuddle. I do think that's very 2023. I can't
100.
imagine back in the day Peter Manley and Phil Taylor sharing too many cuddles before and after the game. Can't imagine you cuddled too many of your opponents.
Handshake before, handshake after. That was about
100.
it.
Sometimes with a few choice words over the top of it, was it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I say born more out of
180.
jealousy and frustration, but that's just what it was back then. Now, fortunate enough, I don't
39.
really care
Nathan
if I
got
hit
81.
26 or 180. Doesn't impact my life
Game shot on
anymore.
the first leg. Nathan Girvan.
Well, 11 darter.
He won the last match with an 11 darters, so that's back-to-back 11 darters. And
Second leg, Kenny to
probably
throw
the
first.
longest
Game on.
period of time between back-to-back 11 darters you've ever seen.
There's a great tungsten teaser.
57.
Don't think we need to encourage Henry in any way, shape or form,
100.
especially after yesterday's tungsten T-Rex.
You're not having that at all, are you?
No, you
60.
Well, I'm only having it if we get him a T-Rex suit.
can win awards for things like that.
Well, Nathan might be winning the award of Player of the Day if he continues in this vein of form. Player of the Day yesterday, without question, Alex
60.
Spellman.
$65.
I think for me, I might even, as long as he doesn't fall off a cliff here, I might call it
40.
early and say
David
you've got to give him
Carr,
Player of the Day
156.
based on what happened yesterday and just how well he's done in his opening matches here. 95.43 in his opening game. This game is, well, at the moment, it's very
48.
early, but ridiculous in terms of the numbers.
Continues to convert
58.
this level of
Nathan
play
Carr,
into wins.
108.
Possibly put himself right back in the mix. Double 16.
76.
Notably, a little bit more swag than drag in the body language
81.
today.
Nathan Carr,
A
32.
bit more measured. Get back.
Game shot
Now
of the
you can
second
go.
leg. Nathan Girvan.
You just knew that was going to go in, didn't you? Yesterday he fell over the oche and then hit the bullseye. It just so happened to be the best thing he did on the day, so it came
Third
in
leg,
a
Nathan to
highlight
throw
package
first.
as
Game
well
on.
earlier this morning.
$83.
Just when his throw's just that little bit softer and a little bit more measured, he does look
$180.
$1 million. That's the third 180 of the match. 2 for Nathan, 1 now for Kenny.
80.
We are coming direct to
100.
your living rooms, TVs, tablets, smartphones today via YouTube, which is
100.
a social media platform. So we're trying to be interactive and social media with you. And we've had a really interesting question today. And this is regarding the
140.
PDC Pro Tour in terms of why we haven't seen Corey Cadby yet. It's a very simple answer. It's a visa issue. It's him and Perez
100.
both
Can
struggling,
you
aren't
count
they, with
81?
sports visas.
Yep, they can't get their sports visas because there's a backlog in the applications.
Game shot of the third leg. Kenny
Kenny
Neyens.
Neyens. Oh, we've had an 11. Now we've had a 12 acknowledged by Nathan himself. Yeah, just simple.
Fourth leg, Kenny to
Down
throw
to
first. Game on.
No visa. The applications are taking forever for both, and I know Perez especially is absolutely devastated.
43.
There's just lots of worldly issues, isn't there, at the moment? That's
Yep.
just, you know, we've had COVID, we've
96.
other issues going on across Europe, and then we've had the backlog of Brexit and everything that comes with that. So, personally, I won't be surprised if this doesn't get resolved this year.
60.
No, I agree. And we are on YouTube. I don't often get this thing. I'm actually speaking to people
140.
in real time. Oh, it's not on TV. Well, I'm not sure what kind of TV you're watching on, but
95.
pretty much every TV out there is now a smart TV, which has the YouTube app. You just click the app, type in MODUS
95.
Super Series, expand it, and it's on your TV in HD.
86. Nathan O'Carr, 170.
I did notice as well when I was doing my tour of Belgium, most of the shops out there have this on in the
58.
shops as well.
Yep.
So we will be streaming direct out there. Hello, Jimmy and Darts Fun. You're enjoying the coverage today.
57.
Over in
Nathan
Belgium.
O'Carr, 112.
A shop full of enthusiastic new dart players.
72.
Back
Kenny
in the
O'Carr,
days, the-
160.
Watch the football scores come up in the windows of TV shops.
56. Nathan O'Carr,
Tops
40.
for 3-1. Maintaining a very high level at the moment.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Nathan Girvan.
And now has the darts to see this one out. 4-1. And make it 2 from 2.
Fifth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
For the first time, take himself off the foot of the table.
Getting a little bit of Chris Gilliland vibes here, where
60.
they're not letting that negative day affect them, which is a very good sign of the character of the individual.
Oh, I did worry for him because
100.
he didn't look really down in the dumps yesterday.
$43.
All three of them erratically thrown.
$140.
Cannot sleep on Kenny Neyens because he will come back and bite you. He can play at a serious
100.
high level. Big score.
140.
Good like this, considering he's been put on the back foot. Turn 140, 140.
96. Kenny McCarr, 121.
He had a 12 darter to win his only leg. Or 51 and ball would have been another one.
53.
Fixtures are actually working out quite well as well for a bit of a reprieve because
140.
Luke
Kenny McCarr,
Littler's the next one to
68.
take on Alex Spellman, and then it's Nathan Girvan himself, so he could actually get within 4 points of the player that start at top of the table within just the next
28.
couple of
Nathan
matches.
McCarr, 62.
Yeah. And then it would be Spellman under the cosh. Double 16. The 4-1. Takes a bit of a reset.
30. Kenny McCarr, 40.
Kenny had plenty of these opportunities earlier on in his previous match against Luke Littler, and he wasn't able to take them.
20.
And that trend
Nathan McCarr,
continues.
32.
That's where the belief
Gage
goes
on the
in the
match,
finishing.
Nathan Girvan.
Nathan Girvan. Well, the average dropped off towards the end. It's still in excess of 90. I said average 95.43 in his opening match. 93.43 there. A couple of 180s, 3 140s. Decent doubling again. 4 from 9. 44.44%. Much better start to the day. 2 from 2. Up next, Luke Littler against Alex Spellman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Indeed, you can meet the Dart Stars and the team off the telly, the MODUS Super Series, every single Saturday night. And you can do that by scanning the Tungsten T-Rex. There it is on your screen. You can scan that every single Saturday night. You can be here via dartshop.tv to get your tickets for every single Saturday night final. Before the break, Nathan Girvan got the better Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 1. That's making it 2 from 2 for him for the day. Next up for us, it's Luke Littler and Alex Spellman with Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. One thing for sure, Luke Littler will want to reverse the result from yesterday where Alex Spellman produced one of his most clinical performances in defeating Luke 4-0 with a 97 average. And there's been a little bit of movement, hasn't there, in the sports book now?
I think there always will be when Luke Littler's playing because everyone just knows what a high ceiling he's got. And I mentioned at the start of the show that everyone played well yesterday. Luke Littler, 92.69 average for the entire day.
And that's with a couple of stinkers thrown in, isn't it?
Yeah, and an 83 average on his first match, and then the rest of them was over 90. even then, I think he can do better.
Yeah, I think
First leg is Luke to throw first.
he showed he can do better with those.
Game on.
What did he have? He had a 99.64 and a 99.09.
85.
I'm going to call it today that at some point in one of these last 4 matches, Luke Littler's going to average around about 104, 105 plus.
Yep.
100.
I'm with you.
And someone's just going to walk right into an absolute drumming.
125.
Well, a couple of occasions yesterday, he was threatening an average of that ilk.
And I don't get carried away with young players. I like to give them time, and you know how many times
32.
we've seen the next Michael van Gerwen over our time, and there's just something about him. I think he's different.
I agree.
57.
I don't think he's going to get distracted.
No, he's very
96.
single-minded in his approach. And distractions can be good. The last thing you want
47.
is just one thing in your life, like darts, because it will add more pressure if all you've got to do is just sit around getting ready for your next game. So there does need to be an element of distraction, but I think any distraction he has is going to be
103.
a positive distraction. Someone who comes on the journey with him, for example.
Yeah, or maybe playing I don't know,
69.
taking
Alex
up a
McCall,
hobby
170.
away from darts. Like you say, a positive distraction.
$81. Luke your car 118.
The opening leg.
98.
I
Alex
think
Lucar,
it's safe to
89.
say if you want to be the senorita of Luke Littler, you are going to need to like darts because you're going to be around it an awful lot.
Game shot on the first leg. Alex Spellman.
Good throw in the opener.
Second leg, Alex
Not
to throw first. Game on.
what we were expecting. That's 5-0 now for Spellman against Littler. Luke must be thinking, what's going on here with this fella?
59.
I question, do you think maybe the pace of the game doesn't suit Luke Littler? Because Spellman's visibly much
57.
slower.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be able to get too much rhythm, does he?
Although, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Luke Littler slowing down
59.
the walk a little bit there, just so he's still doing something and he's active and processing, because he's been behind. And look, instant results here from
140.
Luke Littler, because he's been behind a bit quick before Spellman's even thrown a dart. You do get in different countries these different rules, and I wonder if Spellman's from an area
140.
where the player's got to get past before you can throw, because certainly I know in different places where I've been in
59.
America or Canada, I believe it's in Australia as well, that they actually put a tape across the edge and you can't go to throw until they've walked past that tape line.
That's a new one on me.
100.
It was ahead of the curve. They brought that rule in before
97.
COVID, and we
Alex
all had the
Lucar,
rule.
143.
But they didn't have the lollipop ban. Another out of sorts leg, really, for Luke Littler.
87. Luke your car
Still
148.
148 after 12. He's used to seeing him either leaving a double or a two-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Game shot on
Well,
the second leg.
that
Luke
is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. 15 dart break of throw. And we're back on throw.
Third leg, Luke, to throw first. Game on.
I'm really enjoying watching this group of darts. Not just for the dartboard side of things.
43.
You get your split screen on. I'm enjoying both screens we're seeing because the players are giving us a little bit of a show, a little bit of emotion. It's always nice to see what it means to the players as well.
134.
Stephen Johnson, who's coming up next. Don't be surprised
59.
to see a few roars from him if he gets the chunky stumpies in the treble 20.
$100. $85. $60.
Very deliberate in his approach. Not one of the slowest players that we see, but
95.
visibly deliberate in the approach, in the set, in the throw, but very effective,
99.
which is what it's all about. The effectiveness of the throw and where the darts are landing, because that's what makes the points, and
96.
points
Alex
make the
Akar,
pounds.
108.
This has been a good year so far for Alex Spellman.
48.
2023 being
123.
a good year of progress and development. It's come away from the
41.
just playing the
Alex Akar,
CDC
60.
events and the American events, now coming over to the UK regularly, getting some Challenge Tour experience and Q School. And just this year, been played on the PDC Pro
20.
Tour.
Luke Akar, 82.
If he wants to be there regularly, they're the opportunities you need to be taking. Luke Littler. Dish out some punishment.
57. Alex Akar, 40.
Just misses the ball. This is for a third consecutive break a throw. Spellman just hanging on in there. That should be a good guide for him.
30. Luke Akar, 25. Game shot on the third leg. Luke Littler.
Ultimately, we get our first hold. 23 darter. Well, this is well below we expected to see in terms of standard.
Fourth
Isn't
leg,
it?
Alex to throw first. Game on.
He's getting the job done, though, and that's all he's going to be too bothered about. Because yesterday he actually played a lot better and got less results. So
81.
I know which one you'd rather have. You mentioned that Spellman played in a Pro Tour event
58.
recently. That was Players' Championship number 7. And that was his Pro Tour debut. And you go into the Pro Tour and you start having your practice, and then about an hour
58.
beforehand they say that the draw is now available on the TV screens or via the Dart Connect system. So you either get your phone out and you look at the Dart Connect system to see who you've drawn, or you go over to the TV screens. Alex Spellman would have gone over to the screens or got his phone out, and he wouldn't have had to look too far down the boards before he saw that he was playing one of the best Pro Tour players of the last couple of years in Damon
135.
Hector. Welcome to your debut year.
99.
Did go a couple of legs in that game, lost 6 legs to 2, and he averaged what he's doing in this match here. So what you're seeing here is how he played against Damon.
Luke Akar, 164.
Good to see Heta have a bit of a run in Munich at the weekend in the Euro Tour. Reached
94.
the semi-finals
Alex
last night.
87.
Congratulations to Michael Smith, who defeated Nathan Aspinall in a very
Getting shot in the
enjoyable
fourth
final.
leg, Alex Spellman.
Well, despite the max in the leg, it's a hold in 14 for Alex.
Fifth leg, Luke to throw first. Game
Good
on.
to see Nathan Aspinall in another final as well, because
Well, that's
it's-
his first Euro Tour final, which I found incredible.
especially when you
99.
think of the finals he's made recently on
Yeah.
TV. But he's very inspiring to anyone who's had to take time out or worried about what their future holds due to an injury. He's very inspiring to show that
55.
actually you can not only come back to where you was, but I think he's a better version.
Yeah.
And I think it's because he appreciates it more now, because he nearly lost it.
Yeah, we
47.
talk about the bounce back ability often, and he's showing plenty of it. And Michael Smith will probably look back at the 116 against Adam Warner. Adam Warner had a
99.
dart to beat him. Double 16, I think. And then Michael Smith popped in a 116 to win the match. And I often say, when
95.
your name's on pot, lad, and his name was most definitely on that pod.
Well, Dan Dawson put a tweet out. He says, Adam Warner should have beaten him. Damon Hedder
100.
could have beaten him, but in the end, nobody did.
Yeah.
Michael
Well,
Smith wins yet another Euro Tour title. This isn't his first.
137.
Many. I say, I don't really call it luck, but you've got to have a bit of good fortune, and he was fortunate that other players missed.
96.
Still have to hit.
Look, your car 123. $55. Alex Car 151.
It's the one off.
I think it's maybe not something he'd have to deal with at this stage in his
81.
career,
Look, your
but
car
if
68.
if someone like Luke was around in my day, and you can sort of see how he is definitely affected by the pace of the
58.
game.
Alex
He will
Car
leave himself
70.
vulnerable to the more clued up players who would almost bring him to a bit of a standstill.
And they'd do it mostly, I would say, at the dartboard side of things. So it wouldn't be they'd slow their own process
shot on
down.
the
They'd
fifth
slow
leg.
like this,
Alex
the
Spellman.
retrieval of the darts.
Absolutely.
We do
Yeah,
encourage our interaction on social media.
Six leg Alex
At
to throw
MSS Darts.
first. Game on.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or at the Edgar501 on Twitter if you want to come straight through to the commentary box. I've got that open in front of me. We can see your questions coming through. Thank you, and keep those coming in. But
96.
Ross Coleman has made a point here that brings to just what you were saying, that I think is a really good point to pick up on. And it's a question about practice rooms before matches. He says
96.
he's listened to different players in their interviews and how some players prefer to do their own routines where others play like the 1-2-1 games. And he asks about what it's like here in the MODUS practice rooms. Well, that would be exactly
42.
it, wouldn't it? If he was in one of these practice rooms with a different group of players. Players, first of all, would pick up on the fact that he doesn't like the slowness, but they'd probably pick up on the fact, like we did
58.
early on, of those missed combinations, and they would try and make him aware of that.
Yeah. There would be a mastery of mind games in there, but maybe not so at this stage in his career. I don't think players nowadays are quite as ruthless.
28.
But remember, Bristow was making a reputation around this age.
135.
Certainly MVG was. But yeah, it's quite different to what it used to be. It's something I picked up on having played here, that kind of interaction isn't there, where back in the day you always had someone in a session that you were playing in, especially in a TV tournament or on the Pro Tour,
100.
that you would sit with and then do those routines, whether it be one of your own or one of theirs or one that you would just do together all the time. But nowadays,
100.
one thing I have noticed that the old earpods are in and people keep themselves to themselves. There's very little interaction between the players anymore.
I will say that I played in this Super Series maybe 4 or 5 times.
125. Louis
And the practice room here is nothing like it is at a World Championship or Pro Tour or
No.
anything like that. It's a completely different environment.
Game shot on the sixth
nice
leg.
finish there
Luke
from
Littler.
Luke Littler. 112 to go in the same box as the 148 in this game. And both of those finishes was to break.
Seventh and final leg. Luke
And
to
to
through first.
keep him
Game
in the
on.
match. Certainly that one, the 112.
93.
Spellman himself was on 110, of course.
But different practice rooms will give you different vibes. Sometimes we can sit here and we can literally hear every single conversation that's going on next door, and the players' marshal might even have to come in to just keep the noise down a bit,
140.
lads. And we might even get that later on this week. We've got Richard North coming in later on this week, so that'll be a different practice room
81.
environment to what we've got right now.
Yeah, some are very boisterous and some are like this one, which is very quiet. You wouldn't know they were in there.
So, unfortunately,
And then,
to answer your question,
55.
everyone's different.
Yeah, and in exhibitions, it's a completely different environment altogether.
180.
Keep your questions coming in. It's really interesting to hear from you.
129.
Here
Louis
from
Carr,
the
147.
10 games of darts today. We will be sat here discussing all things darts, what you're seeing, what's
87.
going on in the darting world.
Well, I was just having a look at that run-in for Michael Smith. A 6-2 win in the round of 16 against, for me, the best player in world darts right now, Gezi Price.
125.
King Barry
Louis Carr,
6-4.
60.
And then Damon Etta 7-6. And then Nathan Aspinall 8-5.
Try to come around that to get the match-winning dart on tops.
50.
And
Alex
there it is
Carr,
again,
52.
those two dart combinations not working for Luke Littler.
Well, for a real steal. And you can see
Game shot in the match. Alex
Luke
Spellman.
Littler just saying wow in the background. He can't believe it. And that's another 2 points that's got away and another 2 points on the table. There was a chance for Littler to join Spellman on 10 points, but as it is, Spellman's gapped him with that win. And the gap is now 4 points, 87-85 for Littler, 87-66. A very equal game in terms of performance, and no surprise it went all 7 legs. Right, when we come back, it is Alexander Merkx against Stephen Johnstone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman won our previous match against Luke Littler by 4 legs to 3. And in terms of the league table, it re-establishes his 4-point cushion at the top of it. Well, this is the final match in our second round of fixtures for the day. It sees Alexander Merkx pitted up against Stephen Johnstone, and this is being watched by Chris and by Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Well, still both a little shell-shocked at the result from the last match. A chance here for Alexander Merkx to pick up his first win of the day. He was defeated, of course, by an inspired Nathan Girvan in his opening match of the day, which was match number 2 of the day.
First leg is Alexander to throw first. Game on.
4-1 win. Over
100.
Alex Spellman, of course, in his opening match of the session. When these two met
60.
yesterday, was a 4-1, 4-1 win
97.
for Merkx. A couple of 180s in there.
Before we get into the real meat of this game
60.
as well, I just want to give a little bit of a shout out to one of our viewers tuning in today via YouTube, and that is to Dylan,
97.
who is going to be refereeing for the first time this weekend. Just 12 years old.
Wow.
140.
Good luck, young man. Go up there and enjoy it.
And that's something we've really seen in darts as well, aren't we? Different roles and job. Before you was, how many referees was there? There were very few referees in the game and very few opportunities because
95. Alexander
for the players.
67.
So.
No, exactly. The TV tournaments were very limited, so it was
35.
tough to take
Stephen
a county
146.
referee and throw him in at the deep end.
We've seen the development. People like Charlie Corstefine, who
90.
now refereeing in the
Alexander
Premier League.
52.
Yep. Owen Binks was marking at the World Championships.
Game shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
That's one way of doing it. But it is an 18-dart hold. Yeah, it's been incredible. For Charlie
Second leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Did the UK Open as well, of course, and is now very much part of the
140.
Premier League referee's
45.
roll of honour. If you want to go at
100.
referee.
I can't say I enjoy it. It's a very, very
60.
tough job, and it's one of the most. I mean, imagine like Paul Hinks here when he's doing 25 matches in a day.
100.
The thing you've got to remember is he's got to stand perfectly still. He can't be moving in the player's eye line. Imagine the carps that he's probably
59.
got.
Stephen 161. $57.
And what I tend to do is, as a dart player, I take things off. So I work out what's left. I don't work out what's scored.
104.
So I'll know they've left 16, but I don't know what they've hit.
40. Alexander Car 157.
Tops.
137.
Yeah, I've done
Stephen
it a couple
Car
of times, been
64.
invited and asked to do it, and it is terrifying and so difficult.
Game shot on the second leg.
Wow.
Stephen Johnstone.
He is revved right up.
I enjoy watching him. I really do. He throws with pace,
Third
a
leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
little bit of purpose about him, bit of passion.
98.
He's not here. or the experience. He's here to try and win this.
140.
And he wouldn't be the first player to come through the ADC system and do that. One of them's coming up later on this week in Adam Mould.
Yeah, I can almost tell you the type
134.
of people that won't like him. Type of people that will never be stood in his shoes.
60.
Tell you someone else who won't like him. The people he's beating right now. Because there is nothing worse than
102.
when you've lost to have to stand and watch that celebration.
140. Alexander Carr, 167. 59. Stephen Carr, 161. 43. Alexander Carr, 108.
People are quicker to hate than appreciate.
92. Stephen Carr,
It's just so
118.
tiring. Double 19.
Getting shot on the third leg. Stephen Johnstone.
Back-to-back legs. A 17 dart hold is followed by a 15 dart breaker throw with a 118 checkout.
Fourth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
I remember growing up playing darts.
54.
And I played Stephen Bunting in the semi-finals of the Yorkshire Classic and beat him, and
59.
I had a huge celebration. One of the most ridiculous size celebrations you've ever seen. I might as well have had the trousers going round
60.
the head, 2 laps of the room.
Had he been a world champion at this point?
Yeah, he was winning everything.
Yeah.
He was winning everything. And it was my first ever tournament.
97.
And then I got round to shaking his hand because he stood there waiting, which fair play to him. And when I come off, I got the biggest telling off from my dad
99.
ever. And he was like, the first thing you do is shake their hand. Then you can do what they want. He says, but you left him stood there waiting. He gave me such a
87.
telling off. And I've never been able to get that out of the way. So, and that's one of the things that I'm kind of liking about Stephen Johnson, because he's just within himself. He's
85.
happy. He's roaring. But he's within himself. There's nothing even slightly directed in the direction of his opponent. And yesterday, when he'd had these moments, he was certainly.
But could you imagine people writing into the darts world in absolute
100.
disgust
Alexander
at
Carr, 78.
your attitude and behaviour?
Oh, I'm glad it weren't in the days of camera phones. That's all I can say.
70. Stephen Carr, 103.
Did you get to know Stephen, and did he remember it? And
We've never spoke about it, actually.
23. Alexander Carr, 8.
for a level game.
4.
Ooh,
Stephen
dear.
Carr, 80.
Just 1 from 10 on the doubles, Merkx.
This would be a raw.
Game
There
show the
it
fourth leg.
is.
Stephen Johnstone.
Go on, he says. He's happy. Of course he's happy. He's 3-1 up.
That was big. Getting murked. Merkx.
Fifth leg, Alexander to throw
mentioned-
first. Game on.
At the start of the day, how when we saw that
49.
slide with all the odds on, how is Stephen Johnson the biggest outsider, despite the fact he had points on the board and he put in a decent level of performance?
180.
He might be about to kick us off with back-to-back victories,
60.
and quite convincingly. He beat Alex Spellman 4-1.
And he could go into second position above Luke
100.
Littler if he gets the job done here 4-1.
100.
From 2-1. He's in again.
100.
With a ton. Stephen Johnston, the
100.
ADC
Stephen Carr,
qualifier,
121.
has come here with ambition.
42.
Just tried to squeeze. Did have the option there. Maybe could have gone for the treble 16 for double 18.
44.
Don't really
Stephen
matter
Carr,
now.
79.
Treble 19 for double 11. 19-20 tops. problem with going that way, 51 leaves 28, no problem. But the problem is now he needs a treble to leave a double, or he's got to go 12 ball. He's been forced into the 12 ball, which he has hit for his second 15 darter of the match. An average of 88.52. 1/180. 4/140 is that brilliant 1/18. And again, an 80% percentage on the doubles. Not the first time we've seen that today. 4 from 5. Well, in a moment, we'll have a catch-up with the boys on the balcony.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stephen Johnstone has just got the better of Alexander Merkx by 4 legs to 1. That's completed 2 rounds of fixtures for the day here at the Live Lounge, which means it's time for Matt Edgar up here on the balcony to give his half-time assessment on what we've seen so far. Let's begin by having a look then at the table following the completion of 2 rounds of fixtures. As you can see, Alex Spellman out at the top of the table, still 4 points clear despite losing his first match.
Yeah, but look how it's starting to bunch up and come up behind him now. Stephen Johnstone just moved up to second place. And I came up here and I caught the last couple of throws of that game, and I've never seen anyone walk off the stage and walk down this corridor with such a smile on their face. He is really enjoying this experience, and that's a dangerous thing when people are enjoying their darts. He's already got 2 big victories on the board now today, and he's shown an increased level of performance to suggest he's settling in. I said at the start when we saw that slide, and it came up 25-1, biggest outsider. I was shocked to see that, and right now that is sort of playing into the hands.
Are we already maybe beginning to see legs difference play its part? Because at the minute, Alex Spellman is the only player to have a positive one in that bracket.
It will, and legs difference always is something we need to look at in a 3-day group, because quite often we'll see players get caught on very similar points, because the bigger the sample, then the more it's got to be dished out and moved around. And leg difference will be a part, which means big wins like we're seeing here from Stephen Johnstone, both 4-1 victories, they could be crucial to putting him into the reckoning to win this group. But not only that, but to maybe push into a Group B position as well.
What's been your overall assessment of Kenny Neyens so far?
It could be anything, couldn't it? It depends what leg you want me to talk about with Kenny Neyens, because we've had moments of brilliance and I think we said yesterday erratic at times was the description, and that's probably the description word here for Kenny Neyens. He's had plenty of opportunities, often coming to the board with 3 darts in hand. He's not taking them, and here you're not going to get repeat visits.
Next up for us, Alex Spellman up against Nathan Girvan. Nathan, who really has kicked off today, hasn't he?
It's a different Nathan Girvan, but this is the Nathan Girvan we sort of know, not the imposter that we saw yesterday. It was like a shadow of Nathan Girvan, where he did have moments, and I said that you've got to take those moments, you've got to build on those. He's able to do that today, but that scoring power we're seeing from Nathan Girvan today is prime Nathan Girvan.
Big game for Alex Spellman, because obviously defeat here, it could bunch up a little bit more.
He's got a little bit of leeway in the table at the moment. He's got a 4-point bother, but Nathan Girvan is sort of bunching this table up, and he started the day on 0 points, and he's already on 4. So if he's to take a victory here, move on to 6, everything's going to bunch up completely. You're going to be showing the table quite a lot today if that happens, which is traditional Tuesday.
It is traditional Tuesday, and because it's Tuesday, it's Tungsten Teaser Day. Just another reminder of the question for today. Remember, get in touch with us via our social media channels. It is at MSS Darts. Name the 4 left-handed Super Series players to have won weekly titles. Don't name any names, but have you had a guess? A couple of guesses? How many have you got in your mind?
I think I could do it. I think I could do that.
Save that maybe until game 15. because we want you to get in touch at home. And remember as well, we've had a few guesses actually, and between everyone, they've got it right, but not one person yet has got all 4 correct. That is all I am giving away for now. It's a tough one, isn't it?
It is, because we've had quite a lot of very good left-handers over the years, and I said there's a little curveball in there that we've got one that can use both. So, but yeah, definitely he predominantly plays left-hand. He won this with a left hand.
Indeed, and he is doing some very good stuff away from the Super Series as well. There you go, there's your little bit of help and hint. Anyway, Game 7 of our day sees Nathan Girvan in action against Alex Spellman. Matt Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Chris.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yeah, a huge game, this one, for both players. Spellman gets a win here. He then gaps Stephen Johnstone and Luke Littler by 6 points. But a win for Nathan. And he will jump into, well, joint 4th position on 6 points and continue this run. Arbroath, of course, also the home of Alan Souter, famous for their smokies.
First leg is Alex to throw first. Game on.
Nathan continue this run. When these two met yesterday, Spellman won it 4-2. Both players averaged just shy of 80.
180. $135.
Match. There was 3 180s, 2-1 in favour of this man.
$125.
Made a wonderful start to the match. 180 followed by a 125.
58. $180.
He's on a 10.
That is the best leg we've seen so far this week, a 10 darter.
98. Alex Lucar, 16.
Well. Can only be beaten by 1 leg of darts. It's the perfect 9.
Scully went close, didn't he? Missed the double 12.
8.
Won't be the perfect start for Spellman, but when you're popping in 2 180s and a 125 in the scoring phase of the leg,
121. Alex Lucar,
you're going to be afforded a little bit of time when you get down to the doubles.
Yeah, you're going to have a bit of breathing space. Although that's been eradicated by the 1-2-1.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Gets there in the end.
Spellman.
14 dart hold. 2 180s in the entire game against Nathan yesterday that went to 6 legs.
Second leg, Nathan to throw
He's
first.
matched that in leg 1.
57.
This is where, as a player, you've got to think to yourself, right, that's a good leg, but I'm aware of your numbers. You're going to average around 90-ish, possibly. If I can
69.
average more than that, I'm going to be in the mix. And it's just 1 leg that's a hold to throw. It's not the match. It's 1 leg.
140.
Any more tweets in? Well, is there any more
100.
interaction?
Nothing we haven't discussed already, which means we are open for some more discussions. Do tweet us in at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You'll see in the bottom right hand corner. And if you want to come direct through to the commentary box, chuck in the
100. Nathan Carr, 124.
The Edgar 501. We look forward to hearing from
92.
you. We're discussing all things darts today. You could talk to us about the Super Series, what's going on here, what you think's going to happen in this group, or anything from the darting world.
Yeah, anything. ADC,
90.
PDC,
Nephew car
WDF,
32.
CDC.
Game shot in the
It was a
second leg.
14 dart
Nathan
hold in
Girvan.
leg 1 from Spellman. The answer identical. Just one fewer 180 in the leg.
Third leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Maybe you know the players. Maybe you're tuning in today to watch your favourite. A friend or a colleague or
96.
a family member. And maybe you've got an interesting or even an embarrassing story about your player that
80.
they won't thank you for us reading out, but we will. You send them in, we'll read them out.
You tee them up, we'll knock them out of the park.
60.
And you've always got to be careful when you give that possibility out, because we wouldn't be doing that if,
54.
say, Chris Mason was playing.
There's no really embarrassing stories for me, really. A couple of moments I'm not particularly proud of, but there you go. We all make mistakes.
180.
And we learn by them and then live our life going forward. That was a bit deep for a
59.
Tuesday morning. Sorry about that, people.
Well, they've been learning from these moments. That's 4 180s already. We've only played 2 legs of darts.
84.
Said this will be a 180 festival today.
95. Alex Hooker, 81.
And at the moment, it's Spellman that's maintaining. Averaging in excess of a ton. Double 12.
69. 43. Alex Hooker, 12.
At the moment, Nathan just can't get into it on the Spellman throw. Alex has been
Game
rock
shot on the
solid
third leg. Alex Spellman.
with the darts so far. There's another hold. Leads 2-1. Averaging 95.
Fourth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
That will resist the move of the players down the bottom end of the table
100.
that have really turned up today. Nathan Girvan playing much better. We're also seeing Stephen Johnstone coming up to second place, which has really caught the imagination of our viewers. I think Tim's one of those that is saying that he's really enjoying watching him because of the passion that he's showing.
Good man.
96.
The way it should be.
So we'll discuss all things darts. And Sean Adams brings up a point that you're quite passionate about, actually, saying, what is your take on tour card holders playing in things like the development tour events?
Yeah, I'm not having it personally.
41.
I think you should have to do one or the other. And by the fact that the Dev Tour is dominated by tour card holders tells you that
45.
by the very fact they have a tour card, they're not developing players. You don't feel you're developed, then
58. Alex Hooker, 153.
don't have a tour card. Of course, the opportunities available are better than, well, they have more opportunities than anybody else.
121.
But it's a bit like a youth, you know, how can you be world youth champion at 24? That's another thing that's just...
It certainly shouldn't be crossing over as well into the
32.
seniors game.
No. Well, if you're under
Gauge on the
24
fourth
and
leg.
have a
Alex
tour card,
Spellman.
how many different opportunities do you have to qualify for all of the tournaments? That's the issue.
Just looking back through the history of
Fifth leg,
the
Alex through first. Game
World
on.
Championship. Aaron Monk, James Hubbard, Michael Smith, Keegan Brown, Max Hopp, Corey Cadby, Vandenberg twice, Luke Humphries, Bradley Brooks, Ted Everts, Josh
58.
Rock.
And how many of them had a tour card?
I think all of them.
Yeah. How many of them were actually teenagers?
82.
Possibly. Did James Hubbard have a tour card when he won the Youth World Championship, or did he get the tour card off the back of winning that World Championship?
Possibly.
Maybe one for the viewers. Maybe 2012, James Hubbard would be the only time we've seen
60.
a non-tour card holding world champion.
96.
Also, 3 of the 5, or the top 5 in the development tour at the moment are card holders as well. Dylan Slevin, who's having a fantastic season. Ian Van Veen, who you'd have seen here a lot
58.
last year. And Nathan Rafferty.
How many of the top 10?
We've actually got a bit of variation there, actually. There's
61.
Although we are still in the very early stages of it, aren't we?
And it's been dominated by Luke Littler, who you're seeing here this week. Currently sat 3rd in the table. You'll see him in a couple of games' time taking on Stephen Johnson. That could be a fiery affair.
Well, it'll have a better tempo to it.
140. 128.
Super cover shooting from Nathan Girvan. I think last season, many people above Nathan in the Dev Tour were tour card holders.
26.
Top
Nathan
8
Carr,
in that Dev Tour, of
134.
course. Also get their place in the UK Open.
94.
You see Alex Spellman shaking his head at the back of the stage. That's because he came to the board wanting 185 points and only managed to score 26, which leaves him on one of the biggest bogey numbers you can get on the dartboard because he cannot take the 159, and that will make him feel even more frustrated when you hit 2 big power
127.
trebles
Nathan Carr,
and you
40.
still can't get a poke at the finish.
Poke for Nathan is for a break.
Game shot on the 5th
Keeps
leg.
the match
Nathan Girvan.
alive. 17 dart break of throw. Oh, just a hold here. Just to force a decider.
6th leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
And anything can happen.
$180.
Well, when you kick off with a 180 with the throw, it's all in your hands. There's literally nothing your opponent can do at that situation.
Just about to say, apart from match it,
125.
very nearly did that.
$57. $100.
He's very good at working
140.
around a dart, isn't he, Nathan?
Yeah, I wonder if that's because subconsciously he's got something else to think about.
59. Nathan Carr, 124.
Need to go the 14. 43 left. 11 or a 3. Picks off the 11.
92.
32 is his preferred double. A bit of pressure incoming.
85.
Not as
Nathan
much
Carr,
as it could be.
32.
Didn't have to work around that one. We just said how very good he is at doing that. Oh, even trickier now because that's closed off the
Shot on
top end of the
leg,
bed.
Nathan Girvan.
That is a fantastic dart from Girvan. That first one would have blocked the bottom third of the bed. The second one made it a very small angle that he could get in.
Just had a little
Seventh
gap,
final
didn't
leg,
he?
Alex to through first. Game
Not
on.
quite the Alex Spellman shot of yesterday, but it's certainly up there with the very best. Maybe the issue for Nathan is when he gets a nice clean target. Which, if that is the case, then it might even be a thing that he needs to start picking out smaller targets and going for that philosophy of the aim small,
140.
miss small.
Maybe get some of them little dart ring things. Are you a fan of the training aids, or what's your, for example, those practice ring things?
Like practice rings.
119.
They're terrible. But they're terrible because
140.
they could also be brilliant if they're used in the right way. However, the issue is the information that comes with them isn't correct. It's not how I, as
41.
a coach who's coached for 11 years at professional football clubs and worked as a teacher, I would not use them in the way that they're prescribed to be used.
65.
But they could be fantastic in the right hands. Certainly not for an advanced player. Certainly for a beginner player, they could really be a massive benefit, but not how they're promoted to be used. So yes and no.
135. Nathan Carr,
Concise answer.
156.
156. Needed the first treble.
Yeah, that's my problem. Sometimes
56.
I'm too honest for
Alex
my own
Carr,
good.
146.
That's the best way to be. I've not got a good enough memory to be a good liar. 108 remaining.
98. Nathan Carr, 100.
In your hands now, Nathan. Treble 20 and tops. Tops.
60. Alex Carr, 48.
For the match and to
Game
extend
showing
his
match,
lead
Alex
at the
Spellman.
top of the table. Nathan Girvan's unbeaten run of today has come to an end, but he put in a good effort there, a 91.17 average and 2 180s, but it's not enough to stop the American, who has currently got a 6-point lead on the rest of their group. Kenny Neyens and Alexander Merkx are coming up next.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Alex Spellman get the better of Nathan Girvan in a last leg decider. Girvan sending it all the way to 3-3 before Spellman getting over the line in the end in a quality encounter which saw 6 maximums in the process. Next up for us, Kenny Neyens up against Alexander Merkx, watched by Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, another fascinating match incoming. Disappointing end to the last one for Nathan Girvan. One thing we've learnt about Alex Spellman is that if you give him an opportunity, he will take it, and he tends, well, he's got a fair few so far, and he's dodged some bullets along the way. Currently, this group is playing into his hands a little.
First. Game on.
And again, I think with the more experienced players, won't be as affected by his pace.
85.
And he's a real frustrating player to play against, isn't he? He doesn't do anything brilliantly, but he does everything very well.
Consistency.
Yeah,
and
in every department.
Which means we would expect to see
45.
a smaller range from them, which is a difference between the highest and the lowest performance. And then it's just about, once you've got that,
55.
like we saw last week with Reece Conley, once you've got that, you just need that little boost when that one game where you can just pop in the 100.
90.
Yeah, that extra gear.
$100.
Being able to do it when all the chips are down and it means the most.
$42. $140.
It has not been the best start to the day for Alexander Merkx. There is one leg.
59.
His
Alexander
opening two
Carl,
games.
106.
That's 4-0 to Girvan, 4-1 to Stephen Johnstone. And
74.
it all sort of went wrong for him from leg one when he raced into a very sizable lead against Nathan Girvan and just missed dart after dart after dart. Ended up missing 6 darts to win the opening leg. He's just never recovered.
52. Alexander Carl, 32. Getting shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
16 darter to kick things off. And a 16 dart breaker throw to kick things off.
Second leg, Alexander did through first. Game on. $100.
I'm going to say this for one more time today, just for those that are playing their Edgar bingo cards. It's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit. Rocky Balboa.
61.
Did you used to find some
100.
steps to run up?
I'm actually going over there next year,
Are you?
so I'm going to run the steps.
Ooh.
85.
And that the actual pet shop, I do believe, used to still be there, but I do believe the gym still's there.
100.
Still there. You remember, well, you're a big fan. Paulie was actually a pro boxer. at heavyweight.
140.
Well, in the Modern Creed films, they've got
94.
Tony Bellew.
Yeah, I've got another name for him. Does begin with B.
140. Alexander Carl, 107.
There's actually a great thing on one of the
67. Kenny
boxing
Carl, 75.
podcasts, the Boxing Asylum, where they have a thing called Bellew of the Week.
55. Alexander Carl, 40.
If you're into your boxing, the Nuthouse podcast, The Boxing Asylum. It is
Getting
genius.
shot on the second leg, Alexander Merkx.
Well, Alexander Merkx in what feels like in the blink of an eye. 2-0 up.
Third leg, Kenny to third first. Game on.
16 and 18 darts. 16 breaker throw and an 18 dart hold.
60.
That's better. And that's more like the Alexander Merkx who was here the last time he was when he won the
100.
week. Got himself through to Champions Week, where there is obviously that sizable prize of £20,000.
43.
I'm going to give you a bit of time to think about this one, actually, because you might need to rack the brain a bit for a really good answer.
140.
I've had a question come through on Twitter that asks, what's the most outrageous thing you have seen at a darts match?
$82.
I'll leave Chris Mason's cogs turning on that one.
43.
Probably just going through them now, like, can't say that one. Can't say that one.
The stripper at
60.
Lakeside was pretty outrageous.
Well, I don't
On
think we need
stage.
context, and we're already...
Not stripper,
135.
streaker, should I say. Well, no, she might have been a stripper, who knows.
Yeah, I don't think that one needed any more explaining. I think it did what it said on the tin.
In terms of something between the players, the Manly Lewis thing will
96.
take some
Alexander O'Cart, 83.
take some beating.
Getting shot on the third leg, Alexander
I
Merkx.
think the full can being thrown at Eric at the internationals in Scotland, that was pretty outrageous.
Fourth leg,
It
Alexander to go
slammed
first.
against
Game
the
on.
backboard of the dartboard.
97.
And please do join in that conversation if you are
Yeah,
at home.
what's-
I'd love to hear the stories, if it's something in your
40.
local or your county or your tournaments, or even just something you might have done at home. Maybe something outrageous happened there. I had a video
59.
sent in to me before I actually put it out on, I think it was TikTok, I put it out and got 500,000 views because it was that outrageous, where someone had been practicing at home one of these light systems and it
125.
fell out, and as the dart fell out, it hit the cable of the dart system, and then it pulled the light ring
60.
off, which pulled the darts out, so we got a no score. I'll show you it in the break.
Billy Edwards knocking out Mike Gregory was fairly outrageous.
77.
I don't know, I've seen so many
81.
over the years. A lot of them can't really discuss.
133. $81. Kenny O'Cart, 126.
Not happening.
In
for
terms
Kenny.
of
54.
technical
Alexander O'Cart,
failures,
123.
I once did an exhibition at the bar in
47.
Holland
Kenny
named
O'Cart,
after
72.
the tram line that Co Stompy used to work on. Wait a moment before I
32. Alexander O'Cart, 76.
tell you the rest of the story. 16. Oh. I didn't like the lie there anyway.
44.
He's
Look,
done what
risky.
Kenny
Kenny
did.
O'Cart,
Yeah.
40.
Both players missing the big single numbers.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, so I
Kenny
got booked for an
Neyens.
exhibition at that particular establishment, jammed out, and they said they were making a. The promoters
Fifth leg, Kenny to third first.
were
Game on.
videoing it to create like an advert. So the whole night was going to be videoed, and then it was going to be edited down into a commercial.
85.
Opening leg of the night, I took out a 170 for a 12, and then hit a 9. and then went on to hit 3 balls.
100.
Just one of those nights. I could have threw them over my shoulder. They would have gone in. They'd have gone in off the lampshades. Only to find at the end of the night, when I was super
58.
excited, 'cause it had been my first ever filmed 9, that the equipment didn't record.
85.
I was absolutely outraged. I could not believe it.
I remember when I was growing up and coming through the systems, there was a guy
32.
called Ray who used to always go out in shorts and flip-flops or sandals, if we ever went. And he had this thing of when the dart
81.
bounced out the board, well, you see where this story's going, he used to volley the dart. Well, straight in the foot. I laughed for
43.
about 20 minutes. And that's not exactly 20 minutes.
I've seen the ones where these people put their hands over the
100.
dartboard and they think their mate Dave is going to be able to find a gap in between their fingers. Shot Gar straight in the back of the hand.
You seen the one where it hits him in the head?
127. Alexander Carr, 135.
Oh, they're brilliant.
57. Kenny Ricard, 156.
It's the surprise.
100.
That's,
Alexander Carr,
what did
78.
you think was going to happen?
Game shot on the match,
Well, that
Alexander
ends
Merkx.
what has been a miserable start to the day for Alexander Merkx. He registered a 4-1 victory there over Kenny Neyens. A good performance on the finishing 4 from 7, a 57% checkout rate there for Alexander Merkx, which is a great step forward and keeps himself in the running, and certainly in the running for those Group B positions. One of these players is going to be the one to emerge to chase down Alex Spellman. It's going to be Stephen Johnstone or Luke Littler, and they're taking each other on next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And the match. Absolutely superb stuff here at the Super Series. Would you believe it? Out of nowhere, he pins a 170 finish. This is just an exhibition of fantastic finishing.
180.
That was a cracking leg of dart.
144 were called, just 6 remain. This is the Champions League Grand Final. After 3 months and over 1,300 games, it comes down to this.
Yes, we're all singing, all dancing here at the MODUS Super Series, and you can download that track very soon via the App Store. Right, Alexander Merkx, a 4-1 winner against Kenny Neyens in our previous match. It gets Merkx on the board for the day, having previously just won 1 leg from his previous 2 encounters. Well, next up for us, it's our middle match of the day, and it's one which could be quite pivotal on what we like to call moving day here at the Super Series. It sees Stephen Johnstone pitted up against Luke Littler. The winner of this will probably be the main pretender and contender to take on Alex Spellman for Group A glory. Well, let's get into this one in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, they had their fingers burnt a little yesterday. He was as big as 5-1 to win this tie against Luke Littler. Today, he is just 2-1, and Luke was 8-1 on. He's 4-11 today. And he's not had the greatest day so far, it has to be said. Although we expect so much more from him. But he won his opening game 4-2 with an 88.71, two 180s and a 174.
First leg, Stephen to throw
Stephen
first.
won his opening match
Game on.
against Alex Spellman, 4-1 with a 85.48. Then Luke lost 4-3 with an 87.85. Stephen
27.
won with an 88.52 against Alexander Merkx.
60.
Still standing by the fact I think Luke Littler's going to,
Explode.
at some point, just, yeah, be like a nuke.
59.
Yeah, he just got a feeling he's gonna go through the gears.
40.
Raise the eyebrows there, because most people will tell you every bounce out was out of the treble 20, but that one actually genuinely was. But it actually
100.
came out of the segment. Does have quite a long dart and a long point. We saw him change those at the back end of yesterday.
42.
Maybe we're going to learn a lot about Luke this week.
60.
And I wonder if he has a negative result against someone, if there's a little play on that as well. In the head-to-head record.
140.
As we saw him take a double defeat now to Alex Spellman. This could be for a double defeat as well if Steve Johnson was able to
83.
get the victory.
$64. 100. Look your car, 155. $89. Stephen Car, 72. $60. Look your
What an
car,
opportunity
66.
to hold that was. He's been very good on these combination shots when they're
Game shot on
done
the
just
first
like
leg.
that.
Luke
His
Littler.
problem seems to come when he gets multiple darts at a double.
It often seems to be as well
Second
when
leg, Luke, you
he's
through first.
got the
Game on.
throw. I wonder if he's sort of broke the game down a little bit to more finer margins than it needs to
95.
be. Focusing too much on who's throwing first and looking at things a little bit deeper. I remember having a chat with Rob Cross
100.
about this, and he mentioned at that point that he doesn't care who throws first. The worst part for him is not having an opportunity to see their opponent
97.
miss something and not even getting a shot like a 161 or something along those lines, which you will get shots at.
86.
As long as you score well, you should get a 161 or a 167. Those shots should be a minimum.
Yeah.
44. $100.
And what all the other 16-year-old lads are doing on their Easter holidays this week. Imagine there's
59.
plenty wishing they were in Luke's shoes right now. There is so many great young talents around today.
140.
Seen another one, of course, at the UK Open, didn't we? Thomas Banks. Another real exciting
60.
young talent.
Stephen Car, 75.
Himself got the opportunity. He played Gervin Price on the main stage, didn't he?
55. Louis Car,
You got a
146.
hero's welcome when you went back to education. Not happening yet for
86.
Luke Littler
Stephen
in this
Car,
one.
20.
And Stephen looks like he's going to level us straight back up.
Game shot on the second leg. Stephen Johnstone.
Yep, breaks back.
Third leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Very measured and controlled
44.
response there from Stephen Johnson, which when we talk about things such as body language and reactions, the actual
60.
shouting, which is what people tend to associate with aggression, actually the fear
140.
comes from people that talk a lot slower and calmer, especially in those stressful situations. The person who's shouting isn't the one that people normally psychologically be worried about
97.
in that situation. It's the person that's...
Well, it's what I say about these trolls and the saying an empty vessel makes the
43.
most noise. For me, it's how Luke manages
134.
the massive expectation, not just from us, but from himself. And I think for
100.
Stephen in this environment, it's more of a release of adrenaline.
I saw an
87.
interview you did very recently when you spoke about Bo Greaves, and you said about people just being able to let her grow and develop. And as much as you look at it and you think that's an ideal situation, we talk about the
98.
opportunities in darts
Luke
now,
Carl,
but with
123.
opportunities becomes all these new different media outlets and different ways and different access to the sport that these
55.
players are naturally going to grab
Stephen
those
Carl,
headlines. So
76.
as much as you've got that ideal situation where you'd like it to be, it's probably never going to realistically happen.
Yeah, I think for me personally, it
Game
was
shot on the third leg. Stephen
great
Johnstone.
finish. And back-to-back legs. I think for me, it was how Fallon was pushed, and probably with Fallon, it was a
Fourth
different,
leg Luke to throw first. Game
completely
on.
different opportunity and environment. Where with Bo at 18, I don't think she needs to
134.
rush into accepting those opportunities. Just a personal
100.
observation.
No, I fully agree. Like, I spoke to people a lot on my YouTube channel when we were speaking about it, and they was like, "Why isn't Bo going to Johnstone?" I
120.
said it's the biggest mistake she'd ever make.
Yeah, agreed. She doesn't need it.
Go do the Dev Tour. You don't even need to do the Challenge Tour.
60.
Go do the Development Tour.
Yeah.
Go do the Women's Tour. Go be World Champion.
Yeah.
100.
Luke Littler has a lot of mannerisms of MVG.
100. Luke Carl,
And I want to make that
147.
comparison because I've said that I feel Luke's going to go on and be like the Stephen Bunting, Michael Van Gerwen, and that's all I can
87.
think of. Please do let me know if you can think of another one who has sort of dominated and transitioned well from an early stage. But just how he
100. Luke Carl,
moves, how he
60.
looks at things, how he sets into things.
How he responds to
Game shot on the
adversity.
fourth leg. Luke Littler.
I wonder if he has idolised or looked up to Michael in any way, because if you tend to watch somebody for so
Fifth leg
long,
Stephen to throw
you
first.
do
Game
start
on.
to adopt their characteristics. It's like tuning into somebody, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, maybe later on in the week,
97.
Henry will get the opportunity to sit down with Luke and delve a little deeper. Those types of videos will be
125.
available on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, along with live content. We also have plenty of
140.
shoulder content on there, which is why you should subscribe and hit that notification bell.
134.
Completely free to do so as well. Won't cost you a penny. And you get access to darts 6 days
60.
a week, 8 sessions. We don't just do the morning sessions, which we do on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You get double darts on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, 104 matches a week.
140.
And
100.
the
Luke Carl,
double
102.
darts on a free channel. You can also come and join us free. Just scan your QR code on the screen.
82. Stephen
Be
Carl,
down here on a
104.
Saturday night, you might. You're seeing Stephen Johnson, the way he's improving as this goes on.
100. Luke Carl, 20.
The winner of this game will go second in the table.
Game
Right
shown
now,
on the
it's
fifth
looking like
leg.
it
Luke
might be Luke
Littler.
Littler because that is a breaker throw to put him one away from the match.
Might even get a chance to get a selfie with Henry.
Sixth leg, Luke to throw first.
He
Game
may
on.
even be dressed up as a T-Rex.
134.
That's our plan anyway.
100.
I don't think we need to encourage him any further. He's already come up with Tungsten T-Rex.
134.
Back to back. 1-3-4s. Needs a max.
This is how good Luke Littler is.
125.
We're watching this game and I'm thinking he's still not found his range. He's still not playing how I'd expect. And I look at the average. He's averaging 91.
Anybody else, you'd be
62.
saying, well, this is a good game.
The expectation is very high on Luke Littler. But
45.
as I
Last
said
score
earlier,
63.
that's his own fault.
Look at your car, 170.
Because he's achieved so much and he's playing so well that we just expect more.
56.
We are judging him by his own brilliance.
Yes. Which is not a bad thing.
81. Look at your car, 114.
Which is looking like revenge rather than repeat.
89. Stephen Ducar, 150.
I was just about to say he's never going to attempt the three bulls with those darts, and he has.
95.
He's gone for the three bulls.
Look at your car, 25.
With those chunky, stumpy darts.
Smile from
Game
Luke
shown on the
Littler, and he'll be
match. Luke Littler.
smiling from ear to ear with that result. We're having a laugh and joke about the three ball attempt. I've seen three balls here from Steve West, of course, but that was not to win a leg. It was mid-leg. There are the numbers, 88.10. No 180s, surprisingly, from Luke Littler, but a vast improvement on the checkouts. 4 from 5, 80%. Right, when we come back, it's Kenny Neyens up against table-topping Alex Spellman. Well, there is the table standings as it stands right now, and a chance for Spellman to again pull 6 clear. The rest of the field will be cheering on this man in this tie. He's up against it. He's the 6-4 shot. 1-2, Alex Spellman. But for me, Neyens has that type of game where he could cause Alex all sorts of problems, but he's going to have to be at the very top of his game because we pretty much know what we're going to get from Spellman now. Something in and around the 90s, good few 180s, and one thing he is very, very good at, hitting doubles when he's under pressure.
Oh, we know Kenny Neyens can do exactly that as well. He can hit doubles under pressure. He can hit doubles when he needs them. He has 4 titles to his name that start with the letters PDC. They are on the Development Tour and the Challenge Tour. He's got 2 on each of those across different seasons. It's not like he had a purple patch for a year or 6 months where he picked up all those titles. The titles came across a spell of time, which means he is still on the upwards curve, potentially. We'll get to see if he can keep that curve going this week. He has got 6 points on the board already, as you have just seen from his 8 fixtures.
First leg, Kenny to throw first. Game on.
But they haven't come today. It has not been a successful day for him. He has only today won 4 legs of darts so far. You've got to throw it, Kenny. You can't come and put it in the board.
26.
You can't have a run down the hockey. I mean, it'd be a much easier game if you could. To be fair, I think I would potentially be the world champion if you could do that.
100.
I'd still find a way of losing to people like Van Gerwen. Ooh.
140.
As soon as you get that 5th one in, it just piques the interest. You just start to dream a little bit. You start to believe.
Yeah, you don't think about it after 4, but certainly after 5 you do. You think, hello. Oh, trouble 13.
123.
He already missed a 10 today. He was very nearly on another.
140. Alex O'Carr, 58. Game shot on the first leg.
With
Alex
this start,
Spellman.
you pretty much know he's going to be take something
Second
off
leg,
his
Alex
average.
to throw first. Game on.
That is a beautiful break of throw. 180, 140, 123, 58 in 2.
The back end of
89.
yesterday, Alex Spellman went upstairs and had a chat with Henry Deacon up on the balcony, and I think that gave us a real good insight into who Alex Spellman is and how he proceeds
95.
the game. He mentioned about sometimes you can go to these opens and these events, and when he doesn't know the players can get caught a little bit cold, or that he hasn't, and one thing he said, mentally engaged himself enough.
59.
And I really liked that, because when he said about here, he said he approaches every game with the level of importance that he knows it needs to be.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating, and I think we've all been guilty of that, haven't we? We've gone to sort of some of the bigger opens and thought, oh, I'll be all right. I don't know this guy, and you
66.
you don't switch on enough, and then you can get caught panicking.
It's one of the common questions I get when I speak to people in a mentorship capacity, and they say, well, how come I don't play
99.
as well when I play this guy? And they know he's not a good player. Or, you know, when you're in your locals, everyone knows each other, everyone knows each other's games. You know who the good ones are, the dodgy
59.
ones are, and you know who you're going to beat. And it's when you play those, I know I'm going to beat this person. How do I find that same level of intensity, and quite often the answer is humbling within the system.
100.
Changing the game to make it an even smaller target. You know, when I used to play those sort of players, it would be, right, you're not getting a shot at a finish. It wasn't a double, it was a finish. I don't want you having a shot at a finish.
Yeah, I think it's
45.
Taylor always
Alex
comes to
O'Carr,
mind, and
154.
his just all-round ruthless nature. If it was first to 10 and he could beat you 11-0, he would. And it didn't matter who it was. He just...
57.
His passion for winning and his dedication is what separated him.
180. Alex
Not only
O'Carr,
was he
97.
by far the best player, he worked the hardest.
$23. Kenny O'Carr,
And
56.
what's more fascinating is that when he was very wealthy, that drive was still there. It's the same as Michael van Gerwen. You can see him get emotional about
Game show on
winning
the second leg.
Euro
Kenny
tours
Neyens.
or, you know, relatively low-key events. He still has that want and that passion for winning.
Well, it comes down to what was your initial motivation,
Good luck,
which
Kenny,
is
to
what a
throw
coach will
first.
sit and
Game
work
on.
down with you so that they can highlight that and use that as a drive. No two people are motivated by the same things. We're all motivated by different things, intrinsic or extrinsic motivations. Once you find and you can
45.
work out what someone is motivated by, it's so easy to give them that development.
You'd be
97.
easy to blackmail. I'd just offer food.
I also like money.
We have that in
93.
common.
$95.
Although one thing we don't have common is the way in which we like to spend it.
Yep. You like to save it, I like to spend it.
45.
And if I took you to one of the shops I visit, you'd probably never come out ever again.
We both like to collect things.
92.
I like to collect cars.
$58.
And clothes. And watches. Definitely trainers. That is definitely a habit I've got to get out of.
I
140.
think Alex Spellman's a bit of a collector as well, you know? The collector of points. Because he's won 7 out of his 8 matches so far. Kenny Neyens just looks completely unsettled for me here.
Yeah. I don't know whether he's physically hit a
134. Alex
bit of a
O'Carr,
brick wall,
77.
which can happen.
Bit of over preparation.
Yeah. Yeah, could be well over practiced.
Spellman giving him
52.
the respect
Kenny
here, going
O'Carr,
20 and ball.
126.
Could have gone for the treble 18 to leave double 8, or he loves the tops. Neyens, the zips come down, he's struggling with the heat. He's looking very flustered.
54. Alex O'Carr, 25. $17. Kenny O'Carr, 72.
For tops, a little bit awkward. You can see by the double side step.
Game show on
Oh,
the
what a
third leg.
dart!
Kenny Neyens.
Back-to-back legs. He's took out a finish that, well, we didn't
Both leg
expect
Alex
him
to
to
throw
get.
first. Game on.
You see him in the corner trying to compose himself and trying to find his route to his performance, because at the moment he's, well, I'd say he's feeding on scraps,
139.
but he's getting a right belly full of them at the moment. He's only averaging 77. It's the 93 of
95.
Spellman, but he's winning.
Yeah, and that's purely based on the fact that he was left stranded in leg one, and of course Spellman had an 11 darter.
96.
His average is inflated.
56.
Said irrelevant at the start, we know where he's going to end up. In or around the 90s. And that's how you've got to play it.
58.
I think you've just got to play to your strengths and almost try and switch off to anything that Spellman is doing. Because he just
100.
really just hangs tough.
$44.
Again, just trying to recompose.
41. Alex
Really
Akar,
unsettled in this one.
164.
But sometimes, if you can come through a game like this, it can really set you up for the week that's ahead. We all know our A games are good enough. But when you don't
115.
feel right, if you can still get results, especially against a guy who's top of the table, it can just change everything and how you perceive things.
$99. Alex Akar, 49.
The way this game's gone so far, Spellman a miss 49 and Neyens will take out one.
Game shot on the
Cancel
fourth
that.
leg. Alex Spellman.
It just had that feel about it, didn't it? 17 dart hold.
Prefer Kenny to throw first. Game on.
17 darts is about his running average, isn't it?
Yeah, which is
45.
competitive. You will be in the running in any room with that sort of stats.
Yeah, with his level of play, you
96.
could sort of put him at mid-table, but like I say, he's timed his runs to perfection so far.
99. $135.
One thing we can say about his performance today is it's increased as it's gone. Alex Spellman, 79 in his opening
93.
game, 87 in the second, and a 93 in his third. It is a pattern we tend to see that players get better as it goes on. That opening game of the day can
100.
throw up some odd results at times.
Yeah.
$58. Alex Akar,
It's the
170.
hardest game to get ready for because you don't quite know where you are, whether you've had too much practice, whether you've had not enough.
92.
You can feel everything in preparation until you step up there and game on and you get going.
96. Alex Akar, 78.
That for the 54 is, well, just a mile away.
58. Kenny Akar, 110.
You mentioned about Kenny taking out a 110 in the last leg. maybe it was just delayed by one.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Kenny Neyens.
I think that's what you meant.
It was. I was just a bit premature.
But that's pretty much the exact scenario you described.
Six leg Alex to through first.
Spellman
Game
being
on.
ahead in a position where he didn't even manage to get a dart at the leg, when from 78 you'd expect to be getting at least a dart. And that gap in the averages continues to be there of around 14 points. But Kenny Neyens once again is winning, but this time he's only one away from winning the match, and this is a lesson to anyone out there about perseverance.
85.
Yeah, and just worrying about what you do on your legs. What Alex has done on many occasions already over the course of a
83.
day and a half is he's been in this position where he's looked vulnerable, and either the opponent has gone missing or he's just found
86.
a sequence of scores and some great finishing to win the match. Players have had him on the ropes, they've just not put him away, and he's a dangerous player on the back foot.
85.
We've already pointed out there's not a massive range in his performance
45.
if you remove the opening match of the day. So he's up and running, plays pretty much at, well, he's pretty one-paced. But that
94.
pace is a really good pace.
Sort of describes his whole demeanour as well, doesn't it? How he approaches the hockey, comes away from it, throws it. It's all one
26.
pace. Everything is measured and done in his own way.
Yeah, he feels like he's the alpha on the hockey.
He's the man
87.
at the top of the table. And normally we say around about 22 points is what you need to win a
99.
Group A.
Alex Ukar, 92.
Beyond 16 with 6 games to go if he was able to get this victory here against Kenny Neyens, and he needs a double 16 for a 92
Game
finish to
shot on the
take us
sixth
all the
leg,
way.
Alex Spellman.
And those sort of clean kills like that, where there's no drama, and you take a nice finish shot, they're the confidence boosting shots. And that was
7th and final leg, Kenny to
in
throw
the
first.
middle of the
Game
double
on.
16.
$140.
For the very first time of this match, and with 6 legs in and it's 3-all, you feel like Kenny Neyens has shown a bit of composure there, despite the fact he's 75% on the
60.
finishers.
Yep, 3 from 4, including that incredible 110.
I think when I say composure is because he actually thrown, and there again,
140.
throwing the darts. In the previous, he'd been throwing his body into it, literally
Launching them, wasn't he?
he tried to run down the hockey with one of them. He's looked like a very stressed individual, but when the chips are
140.
down, remember at the very start, I told you he's won 4 titles on the PDC's Development Tour and Challenge Tour. You don't win those unless you can't
57.
dig deep like this. And he is digging very deep. And he is finding some golden nuggets.
41.
There's plenty of time
Kenny
on his
O'Connor,
hands. 100 points
164.
advantage after the front 9.
Well, he's got at least 6 from here to get rid of 164.
81.
Almost half. Back at 83, so yeah, at least a dart at the ball if he needs to, and he will, as long as this stays straight.
140.
He's
Kenny
most
O'Connor,
definitely going to have to
83.
go for the ball now if the situation arises, and it will be 16 and the button.
35. Alex Hukar, 120.
For a bit of retaliation. Oh, that's a long way off. The shot has gone. He needed to stay straight. He didn't. He's in the 5. Kenny Neyens turns his back to start his preparation. If anything, you won't really mind what he hears in terms of the score here, because all he's got to do is do 48, and there's nothing that Alex Spellman can do to stop him.
For the first time today, the side of the board.
44. Alex Hukar, 40.
And there is the frustration.
And this is the good fortune.
Game shot of the match, Alex Spellman.
Alex Spellman gets another win, and he does put 6 points yet again between himself and Luke Littler, who is in second position on 10 points. Up next, Nathan Girvan takes on Stephen Johnstone in that all-Scottish clash.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Alex Spellman got the better Kenny Neyens in a deciding leg. Kenny Neyens missing darts to win that match. Spellman sealing a 4-3 success, which could spell his way into Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge. He is now 6 points clear at the top of the table. Well, next up for us, it is Nathan Girvan up against Stephen Johnstone, and this is being described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Intriguing clash here, which could actually keep Stephen Johnstone well and truly in the mix when we talk about the possibility of winning the group, which at the moment is being run away by Alex Spellman. Nathan Girvan has gone back to the bottom of the table following his last defeat, but it is a much more improved performance from him today. He averaged 95 in his opening game, 93, and then a 91 in his last fixture. Stephen Johnstone has found the level of consistency that is needed to compete on this stage. He had 3 averages yesterday where he slipped into the 70s. And 2 in the 90s, so he's only really competitive in 2 of his games, and they was the 2 that he picked up the points in today. 85, 88 and 85, much more measured and controlled.
Well, this was one of the games of the day yesterday. It went all the way. Both players averaged just over 92.
58.
From memory, did Nathan miss a match start? I think he did, didn't he?
180.
We were talking there about just not doing enough.
60.
Just running through yesterday, Spellman, who went 5 out of 5. The highest average he faced all
140.
day was a 90.60.
97. Nathan Car 41.
For an 11 darter to open, not for the
He's on
first
the
time
first leg.
today.
Nathan Girvan.
That is third 11 darter of the day, and twice he's opened with it.
Yeah, that's stunning. Oh.
Second leg,
Say
Stephen
we
is
wanted to
first. Game on.
see the real Nathan Girvan, and for the most parts of today,
40.
we have seen the real Nathan Girvan.
$100.
The game he's lost was to
55.
Alex Spellman. But guess what? It was full 3.
140. $60.
And for me, to beat Stephen Johnstone, you've got to try and
100.
play him in at this manner. Really try and not get involved. He likes to have a scrap to Stephen Johnstone. I mean
100.
that in terms
Nathan
of
Car 161.
on the hockey. He likes to get you embroiled in a real dogfight. You've just got to
60.
try and resist that. But the only way you're going to resist that is by putting in a performance of this level.
You can't get drawn into someone
100.
else's game. If you get
Nathan
drawn
Carr,
into somebody else's
101.
game, they're going to beat you on experience because it's their game.
That's like arguing with an idiot.
49. Stephen Car 146.
Ooh,
40.
a bit of damage to the
Nathan Car
ring
52.
there, I think. You will no doubt take a look at that.
Game shot on the second leg. Nathan Girvan.
11 and 18, a hold and a break. Got to maintain this.
Third leg, Nathan to third first. Game
If he can
on.
get out of today, 4 out of 5. Big day tomorrow, and he may just squeak a Group B spot.
Which it would be preference, not just for the mathematical advantage, but also the fact that probably a
95.
better time of day for someone like Nathan to be
Yeah.
playing.
He's
60.
one of these people that can sleep, and then once he's slept, he can sleep some more. If
134.
he's really bored, he'll just sleep some more.
100.
I'm one of those. But I find it really annoying that as soon as my eyes open, I set them up.
Same.
Can't go back to sleep. And same like going to sleep,
124.
a process that takes about 45 minutes. I envy those people that can just go, oh, it's time for sleep. Gone.
Oh, my missus
100.
puts her head on the pillow.
Nathan
And that's
Car
it.
148.
Boom. 71 left, so 39 for 32. Oh, that's okay.
95.
Possible
100.
14
Nathan
darter.
Car 53. $33. Stephen Car 141. $57.
To take a 3-0
Nathan
lead
Carr,
in a
20.
game that He's restricted his opponent to no
Getting shot on the
opportunities
third leg,
whatsoever.
Nathan
Stephen
Girvan.
Johnson yet to have a dart at a double in this one, and that is down to the scoring brilliance here of Nathan Girvan.
Well, Nathan would have been desperately disappointed to have lost this one
Fourth leg,
yesterday.
Stephen to
'Cause
throw first. Game
of
on.
all the matches he lost yesterday, this was one that I think he felt like he maybe should have won.
60.
This was the game he hit that special 130 finishing, wasn't it, where he blocked the treble 20 and had to come right the way round and fell over the oche. He ended up with 4 different oche positions as part of that shot.
128.
Picked one.
Converted his best finish of the week. That has been
60.
bettered though. Alexander Merkx had a 152, and earlier on today, Luke Littler got us to a 148.
100.
That was a stunning finish. And what made it even better is I didn't expect
45.
it at that particular moment in time.
$85.
Well, if you can do 188 in 6, we'll have a ton plus average.
$58.
Will be our first.
$96.
Yeah, again, Matt, that ability to play around a blocked target.
$55. Nathan O'Connor,
Definitely his
92.
strength. Being able to move around the oche and find the
52.
required target. He didn't want to do that there, and he set himself up on tops. 3 darts in hand, and he could win this quite cleanly in a game where his opponent hasn't even
60.
had a dart
Nathan
to
O'Connor,
win a
40.
single leg.
There's no pressure because he's not left to finish.
$20.
That situation still is possible. His opponent won't be getting a dart at the double because Nathan returns 3 darts in
85.
hand.
Nathan O'Connor,
Double
20.
10 for a clean 4-0 success.
Game shot in the match. Nathan
He finally
Girvan.
gets over the line at the 5th time of asking. Stephen Johnson not able to replicate the form that we've seen of him so far today, but he will have another game in order to put that right. Nathan Girvan, though, is right up there on the form line we've seen of him. A 4-0 victory there and a 6th point on the table, which sees him leapfrog Alexander Merkx and Kenny Neyens. Alexander Merkx got a chance to regain his position in the next game when he takes on Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Nathan Girvan rounded off a 4-0 success against Stephen Johnstone in a match time of under 8 minutes. Quick fire stuff from the Scot, an average of 92.5 and 36% when it came to his doubling. Well, we really have rattled through the fixtures today. We've seen a fantastic standard and some fantastic matches. Just 4 more to go, and it begins with Alexander Merkx up against Luke Littler. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, he's been outstanding today, has Nathan Girvan. I think he's averaging around, I don't know, we'll confirm that with Matt in a little bit, but I think his average for the day is not far off being 93, which is right up there with what young Luke Littler produced yesterday, who was averaging 92 for the day. Not had it all his own way today, though.
Yep, can confirm that.
First leg, Alexander to throw first.
Not a bad guess, was it?
Game on.
93.13 to be precise, so a little bit over Luke Littler, but again, just the feeling and the vibe around
43.
it. When Nathan's playing like at the 93 mark, we're looking at it and going, wow, how well's he playing today? When Luke Littler was very close
40.
to that average yesterday and was like, he's got so much more to give.
Well, we talked about
59.
the tempo of games and how they suit Luke Littler better. The two quicker players.
100.
I'll ignore his debut game yesterday against Nathan, who's also fairly quick, but against Kenny and Merkx,
80.
Luke Littler produced his two highest averages of 99.64 and 99.09, and they came both. Those averages
125.
came against both the quicker players of the field.
59.
He won this tie
56.
against Merkx yesterday. 4-3. It was a cracker.
60.
Merkx went a little missing at the back end, but 50% on doubles for Luke, 60%
100.
for Alexander. So that tells me he also enjoys playing at a quicker pace.
60. Look at your car, 80.
Maybe just not enjoys it against Luke.
60.
We could
Alexander,
see
your
it took a
car,
bit of the
140.
coating off the double 10 there.
He will return,
82.
though.
Look at your car, 20.
3 in hand at the double 10. Shimmies to the left. Slides to the right.
No score. Alexander, your car,
Twice.
58.
Just hit that dart, and it just became more and more of a hindrance because there was more tungsten in the way.
18. Look at your car, 20.
Those two at tops from Alexander, an absolute bus right away. Didn't even threaten the double.
Game shot on the first leg. Luke
Luke
Littler.
eventually gets there.
Second leg, Luke to throw first. Game on.
Alexander Merkx has just not really been at the races today, as he
37.
mentioned earlier on how I feel like it all stemmed really from leg 1 of the day. Missed those doubles and he's
60.
just not recovered. He did win his last match. It was a 4-1 victory over Kenny Neyens,
98.
who now sits bottom of the table.
59. $180.
The 180 drought of Luke Littler lasted no more than
59.
1 match. His 15th 180 of the week so far, and we're only on game number 9.
134.
He has 6 more matches to go as part of his Group A campaign.
99. Look at your car, 52. $32.
An incredible. The players hit an incredible 40
60. Look at your
180s
car,
yesterday,
20.
didn't they?
I think they're more impressive in the fact that Stephen Johnson didn't hit any yesterday, so that was only across the divide of 5 players.
Game shot on the second
Number
leg.
5.
Luke Littler.
Coming to the rescue again.
Third leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on. 100.
You concerned at the form of Merkx?
140.
I think we're seeing more of a reflection of the Alexander Merkx at the moment that we see away from here. Because when he's here, he
59.
normally, and he has, raised his game and played very well in this arena and this venue. But when he's away from here on the Opens and the tournaments, and
93.
this is a more reflection of that Alexander Merkx that we see when we look at those numbers, those datas. Maybe not so much to the level we're seeing at the moment, because he's,
180.
before that 180, average was down in the low 60s, which is something I wouldn't associate with Alexander Merkx.
140. 43.
But
Look
he's
your car,
just
128.
Offering too much encouragement here to Luke Littler, and he's a guy that doesn't need too much encouraging.
No.
78.
No, you just want to be giving him scraps, bits.
49. Look your car, 50. Game shot on the third leg. Luke Littler.
Triple 10, double 10. Don't see that too often. It's the double breaker throw for Luke, and is he going to
Fourth leg,
follow
Luke to
suit
throw first. Game on.
that of Nathan Girvan in the previous match? 2-1, 4-0. Can't see anything but a
140.
4-0 at this stage.
100.
Then we've got one more lap of fixtures to go. Stephen Johnson up against Kenny Neyens, Alex Spellman against Merkx,
99.
Littler against Girvan. That is a fixture list that, if that goes
140.
correct for Alex Spellman, could be nearly done and dusted by the end of today, just needing 4 points tomorrow to confirm.
140. 140. Look your car, 122.
Better from both here. Trouble for the ball. Gets it.
97. Alexander Car, 121.
Still live, bullseye.
96. Look your car, 25.
Would have given him a route back into the game. The game could be over.
5. Alexander Car, 25.
Could be extended. At least one more leg.
17. Look your car, 20.
Put himself on to 12 points.
Game shot on the
4
match.
points
Luke
behind
Littler.
Alex Spellman. He goes comfortably now in second place in the table. A workmanlike performance there from Luke Littler, but a 4-0 success. Our second successive 4-0 after Nathan Girvan beat Steve Johnson in the last. But Steve Johnson is coming back in the next game and be taking on Kenny Neyens.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Luke Littler got the bets of Alexander Merkx by 4-0 in our previous match. An 83.5 average for Luke the Nuke in that one. So that means we head into our final round of fixtures for the day here at the Live Lounge, and a good time to give a quick check on how proceedings are laying in terms of the league table. Going into it, Alex Spellman has a 4-point lead at the top from Luke Littler in second, but behind them top two look as if they're just making their march forward. There is a tightly contested pack beginning to emerge. It looks as if the race for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday is going to intensify. Next up for us, it's Stephen Johnstone in action. He takes on Kenny Neyens, both players' final match of the day. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And if you want to be like Stephen Johnstone and take your place here as a ADC qualifier, head over to www.dartsatlas.com. All the details there of all the qualification criteria and events. And there, I'd be very surprised if there isn't one in your area, because the expansion of the ADC has been remarkable, hasn't it?
It looks like they've got a QR code themselves as well.
I've got myself one of these fancy QR codes. I think they've been around for a while, but I'm not particularly tech savvy.
They don't have a T-Rex in them, though.
No, it's a little disappointing.
First, I get Stephen to throw first. Game on.
How did we get a T-Rex in ours? Is it just random?
I don't know how they work, to be honest.
16.
I'm not that tech savvy.
Well, when I go on holiday, the better half has all that QR code stuff on her phone for our
100.
tickets and everything. It's great.
$96.
We need to get some form of it for like things like passports, so people don't have to frisk themselves every 2 minutes in the airport to make sure that it hasn't fell out of the pocket since they last checked 60 seconds ago.
And which safe pocket did you put it in that
26.
you cannot find?
Put the passports in the case, zip the bag, and then when you put it back, I'll just check they're in there.
140.
Where could they have gone? You get to the airport, I'll just check they're in there. Where could they have possibly gone? It's like, leave them alone.
65.
Stephen Johnson might have used his passport to get down here, because for some people, flying's a more
100.
option to get down. I know a couple of players in the past that have come down here by plane. I think Alan Norris recently
60. Stephen
flew
O'Connor,
down to
105.
Southampton Airport rather than driving, because he said it's 45 minutes on a plane or multiple hours driving.
65.
Yeah, depending on traffic, it's some drive. Of course, with the airport not too far away, it's ideal.
80. Stephen O'Connor, 40.
Well, that's interesting. Tops to leave 170.
Getting shot on the first
Double 10
leg.
to
Stephen
win the leg.
Johnstone.
If he was to have got a shot and hit that 170, that could have been one of the favourite 6-star exchanges I have ever
Second leg,
seen.
Kenny to throw first. Game on.
Would have been one of the most remarkable.
$96.
It's just completely lost his game today. Averages today
100.
77, 74, 78 and a high of 83. He's lost all of his games and he's only picked up 7 legs across the day
80.
so far.
100.
But he would be the... Well, even when you throw Luke Littler in the mix, he's the most inexperienced player of the group, isn't he?
133. $60.
He will find out a lot about himself and his game this week. The beauty of coming in on the Monday, of course, is whatever happens on the Thursday, it's a reset. Everybody starts from 0.
82.
With the exception of the winner, which is looking like Alex Spellman, and he will have Thursday and Friday off. He'll be back for Saturday night's final.
81. Kenny Ricard, 110. $86.
Well, with Jelle Klassen already through to Champions Week, and Lucas Venig on Saturday, we're starting to get a bit of an international flavour for Champions
Kenny Ricard,
Week.
24.
He's contemplating there, I think, splitting that one.
21. Stephen Ricard, 120.
The left one is arguably one of the hardest finishers on a dartboard, the 1-1-1, and it is
60.
one of
Kenny
only
Ricard, 3.
a handful of shots that can be done only one way on a dartboard.
Correct.
Game shot on the second leg.
He
Kenny
made it look
Neyens.
fairly easy.
Don't want to steal Henry's tungsten teaser.
Yeah, that may be thrown in the mix next Tuesday.
Third leg, Stephen
What
to third
finishes can
first.
you do?
Game
Only
on.
one way on the dartboard. Have you got the answer to Henry's tungsten teaser today? The 4 players that have won weekly titles that are
45.
left-handed players?
Well, I've got one. Well, I've got 2, but I'm not sure about one of the 2.
95.
I'm struggling a little bit, to be honest.
60. $56. $100.
I think we both picked up on.
Sorry,
58.
Michael, I interrupted you there. What?
I think we both picked up on one of them
Yeah.
straight away. One that really stood out, who actually moved on to the
95.
BBC Pro Tour this
Yes.
season. He'll be there this year and next.
From up north.
55. $59.
It's a bit of a mind teaser when you just try and think of the left-handed players.
96. Stephen
Yeah, I'm
Ricard,
just thinking of the left-handed
142.
players that have played here.
$90. Kenny Ricard, 141.
Do tweet in. Let us know. Left-handed dart players that have won a week. Check in
54. Stephen
the
Ricard,
tags at the
52.
Edgar 501, so it appears on the screen here in the comment box, and at MSS Darts.
Don't forget, if you're watching via YouTube
36.
for
Kenny
the first
Ricard,
time,
88.
welcome along. If you're a regular, welcome back. But don't forget to hit that subscribe button. There's a lot of people that don't subscribe. It helps us massively, of
24.
course.
Stephen Ricard,
Give us a
16.
thumbs up. Only takes a second. It's at the bottom of your screen there. And don't forget to hit that bell. Also, welcome along to the
Game
thousands
shot
that
on the
watch
third leg.
via
Stephen
your
Johnstone.
chosen bookmaker. Please gamble responsibly when the fun stops. BeGambleAway.org.
Fourth leg, Kenny to through first. Game on.
Well, this is one of those that is a real grind for the players. It's their final match of the day, and it's one they'll both feel
30.
they should win, and it's one that it's one of those type of games that when you do win, you don't really care about the average. It's just getting the 2 points.
100.
Yeah, you'll come off, you'll shake your head, you'll have a bit of a debrief with your opponent, and you'll say it wasn't really
140.
very good. You'll head back, you'll get out of your darting clothes, and you'll forget about it when you
60.
come back tomorrow and you look at the table again and go, oh, it's actually quite handy that I picked up that victory
Yep.
because it's kept me in the running for X, Y, Z.
And a win for Johnstone
45.
here. Take him on to 10 points and more than in the mix.
100.
Space in Group B. Now, Group B is a 5-player field on Thursday and Friday night. Starts at 10 o'clock.
93.
Top 3 that qualify. So you've got a 60% chance. So ultimately, if you don't win it, you want to be in Group
100.
B.
It will keep him slightly in the running as well for winning the group, but if that's going to
43.
happen, we're going to need
Supercar
Alexander Merkx, who is
141.
now bottom of the table and not producing today, to beat Alex Spellman, who's the top. We've seen this happen many times at the Super Series.
125.
but I
Can you
don't
go
think we see
150?
it today.
No. And incredibly, if Neyens could have beaten Stephen here and Nathan defeated Luke, Nathan could have gone in to
75,
third spot.
Stephen Carr,
He was at
16.
the foot of the table before action got underway this morning at 9:30.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Super
Stephen
dark.
Johnstone.
And it's a break of throw and an opportunity for Stephen to serve this one out.
Fifth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on. 100.
More action got underway this morning.
60.
Alex Spellman was a 4-6 shot to defeat Merkx, who was 11-10.
100.
Spellman is now 2-9. Merkx a 3-1 dog.
100.
I don't want to put the jinx on it, but Littler's 4-11, Girvan 2-1, and that looks massive when you compare the
100.
two players' performances so far today.
Oh, absolutely. Girvan's running average for the day is 93, where Luke Littler's not even hit a 90 average yet so far today. So there's definitely
59.
a value if you're going to look at it from that point of view. And regarding the Spellman game, at the moment, I can't find a way to argue with that at the moment.
Nope.
I don't like the price of 2-9 in a
121.
two-horse race and a short format game, but at the moment, I can't advise to go against it at the same aspect.
No, if you were going to do anything, I'd probably
134. Stephen
probably have
80.
Spellman to win 4-1 or better at 6-5.
If I was going to do anything in that one, I would make sure that the pounds
40.
stay in the
Kenny
pocket.
Lucar, 148.
Agreed. 148 to stay in the match. One of these from Luke Littler today, but a more direct route, 2 treble 20s and double 14.
98. Stephen Carr, 40. Getting shot on the match, Stephen Johnstone.
Stephen Johnstone has made a bit of a move today. We called it moving day. He has obliged. That puts him third place in the table, where he will be ending the day on 10 points. Still in the running for the Group A title, and well in the running in regards to Group B qualification. The man who's top of the table, who is looking to win the group, Alex Spellman, is coming up next against Alexander Merkx.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Stephen Johnstone reel off his day with a 4-1 victory against Kenny Neyens. Well, we've got 2 more matches to go here at the Super Series for Tuesday, which means it's your last chance to get in touch with us about the Tungsten Teaser. Remember the question, we are asking the 4 left-handed players to have won a week here at the Super Series since March 2021. Tweet in your answers via @MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and we'll reveal the answer at the conclusion of this match, which sees Alex Spellman finish off his day. He takes on Alexander Merkx. A win here for Spellman would temporarily put him 6 points clear at the top of the table, with Luke Littler to take on Nathan Girvan in our final match of the session. In the commentary box for this one, Chris Mason, Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And it's hard to see anything but a win for this man, who, yet again, has been rock solid.
Top versus bottom, and we've seen this quite a few times over the months here at the Super Series, and the player at the bottom just starts pulling out a level of performance that they haven't done up until now, but we're just not seeing the signs of that at the moment from Alexander Merkx. He's
first. Game on.
only won 5 legs so far today. And amongst that, he's only had 28 darts at a double. That is significantly
134.
Low. Every game is different.
180.
As he opens with a perfect visit. The rest of the group, especially
100.
Luke Littler, Nathan Girvan and Stephen Johnstone, who are still with a little bit of hope
100.
of winning this group, will be hoping that Alexander Merkx can find his A game here. Because if he does, it just means there's that extra bit to play for tomorrow rather than group placement.
100. $77. Alex O'Carr, 167. $127. Alexander O'Carr, 144.
2 big power
128.
treble visits there from Spellman to leave himself on tops. See by the reaction of his face what he thinks to that one. I think we all reacted the exact same as Alex.
Game shot on the first leg. Alex Spellman.
Be happy with the recovery of that situation. 2 darts quite the way off of their intended target, but he finds it with the last
Second
dart.
leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
15 darter there from Spellman to hold the throw.
45. $99. $60.
Alexander Merkx will be thinking whether I play well or I play bad. It's just not happening for me today. Was
58.
Decent leg of darts from Alexander. He opened with a 180, had a 128, a ton of 77, 4 visits.
140.
Left him on double 8. Didn't even get a poke.
Yep, 15 dart hold. So only 4 visits in the leg for
98.
Alexander Merkx.
$140.
The level of play here we've Not seen from him all day, and it's the last time you expect it, really, isn't it, in your final match of the day?
Especially when you've been getting pummeled all day.
Yeah.
140. Alexander Yukar, 116. 84. Alex
Leaves
Yukar,
32.
106.
Or is it going to be back-to-back 15s? 54 for 32. Gets it.
74. Alexander Yukar,
Whisker away.
32. Game shot on the second leg. Alexander Merkx.
Oh, Alexander holds it all together for a hold to throw. Break a throw, of course, there. Had the 32
Third leg,
gone in,
Alex to
gone in
throw
off the back
first.
of the
Game on.
106 would have been a disaster for Merkx.
$96.
Just reading about a bit of news coming through from America. President Biden
$97.
has lowered the COVID state of emergency, which might even
Wow.
open up some more opportunity. COVID was still, well, America was one of the countries that still had COVID restrictions,
Really?
78.
which may have meant moving state to state quite hard, especially by air, and certainly for
Players.
99.
vaccinated players as well. So that's just potentially all coming to an end now, which we could maybe see a little bit more now from America. We've seen good stuff. Leonard Gates with what he's doing at the seniors, Danny
81.
Baggish with a tour
Dan
card,
Lowby.
Dan Lowby, Alex Spellman. Maybe now that it seems like we're all coming back to
David Cameron.
137.
Brilliant in the
Exactly, yeah.
seniors. We do have a Canadian coming soon.
quite possibly one of my
100.
favourite ever Canadians.
84. Alex Yukar, 146. $106. Alexander Yukar,
Beautiful
84.
setup from Spellman.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
beautiful
third leg.
finish.
Alexander Merkx.
14 data from Merkx, and the bonus, it's a break. We know
Fourth leg.
the
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
players currently not on stage will be hoping for a surprise Merkx win here,
140.
just to give them an opportunity to try and catch Alex Spellman.
And it would be a surprise victory. Spellman has been by far the better
121.
player throughout the day, throughout the 2 days. But as we allude to as
137.
well, it's not about the past, is it? It's about what happens right now.
Yep, it's about the now.
I think this just further confirms what the old expression of there is no guarantees in sport.
99.
Alexander Merkx has looked so far off the pace all day today.
96.
And now he's averaging 105.
Not got within 20 of that, has he, today?
$95. Alexander Yukar,
If
128.
you can complete this, it would be our first ton plus average of the week.
96.
Yet to see one yet, but I do think that's going to be topped. I think we're going to see a average going well over 100. We're going to be up by the 4, 5, 6 sort of area in one of these games.
Well, Nathan Girvan last
61.
time out was threatening
Alexander Yukar,
an average
32.
of that number, wasn't he?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's
Alexander
14 data,
Merkx.
back-to-back 14s. For Merkx, the average 102.83. Spellman, 95.11.
Fifth leg. Alex to
Finds
throw
himself
first. Game on.
3-1 behind.
In fact, I'm going to call it. I think we break the 100 average in the last game of the day, Luke Little and Nathan Girvan, because they're both playing decent darts. And when you get two players that are playing well, it sort of just carries them to bigger things because you don't worry about the game. You just get lost in the quality of it.
Yeah, and they had
40.
a quality contest yesterday, didn't they? Oh, apologies. They didn't. They had that was the first game on.
99.
It was the final session yesterday. Luke Littler involved in that one, and he averaged 99.09. Kenny Neyens averaged 95. Another max for Merkx.
95.
As much as we can say we didn't see it coming,
60.
we can also say how impressive this has been from Alexander Merkx to be able to dismiss all that negativity of the past games today and bring out what has been his best performance of the week by far.
65.
He's had a torrid time, hasn't he, today?
$122. Alex O'Carr, 117.
Keeping the pressure on. No, he can't finish, so Merkx will be back at 99. We may see finish it off with the top stops finish.
41. Alexander O'Carr, 99.
This isn't because Spellman has come completely off the pace. He's averaged 93, which is right up there in terms of his performances.
91.
Actually matches his best
76.
performance of the day.
Yep. Ooh.
36. Alexander O'Carr, 8.
3 darts in hand to give us our first tumbler average if he takes it in the first couple, which he's not able to do.
6. Alex O'Carr, 40.
He drops below the 100 for the first time in this match, offering Alex Spellman a route back in. Is that a hindrance? That wasn't, that is. He has to move right across to the edge of the oche to try and find a route. He's done it again.
Leg. Alex Spellman.
Blocks it up and then just finds the slightest bit of angle to get into the double. Said Nathan Girvan is very good at finding
6-leg Alexander
a way
first
past
game
blockers and past darts. Add Alex Spellman to that shortlist.
137.
Oh, 3 match darts for Merkx. Again, showing great mentality. Plenty of players
29.
that have come to the oche and their head down. He fires in 137.
58.
You talk about players coming with a head down. He opened with a 29. He follows it with a 180. Alex Spellman shrugging that disappointment off and putting himself back in the leg.
59.
By being back in the leg, he's back in the match. Merkx, who kicked off with that double treble combination, has followed it with 2 trebleless visits.
96.
Cannot set up a finish.
30. Sorry, 45.
After finding the dart in the 5. Spellman has wrestled the advantage away in the scoring phase of this one, and he's filling it up again.
180.
He is finding at the most crucial time.
130. Alex O'Carr, 16.
The ability of doing exactly this. Merkx couldn't hit this for the match. Spellman can hit it to stay in it.
If he is to hold his throw here, he'll move to 18 points.
7th final leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Which
He's not going to be caught, is he?
It could be uncatchable. especially if Girvan was to beat Luke Littler in the last game. He'd be 6 points clear going into the final day. There are only 5 games available. 2 points a game, which means 10 points. Just be 2 wins away.
Yep.
100.
Then he's got 2 days to himself to have a walk around Portsmouth, taking the sights.
There's plenty of those.
43.
Well, the weather is due to
96.
Next few days, well, certainly after today, we're meant to improve. Maybe a nice walk down the coast.
83.
That's what you did on Sunday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had a little walk around the seafront, but that was risky from Alexander Merkx, but risk paid off.
A single, and he'd have been on a bogey finish.
That is the 5th 180 of this match.
84.
He's
Alexander
got 6 darts at 125.
59.
I'd have gone ball out.
66 could still be a 3-dart combination if he doesn't get that first one in, but you would expect he's going to get more match darts. He's had a handful already.
57.
Yeah, should get
Alexander
at least another
66.
one here. That double 16,
Shot on the
and
match.
this
Alexander
time
Merkx.
Alexander Merkx gets over the line and upsets the odds and keeps this group alive. The rest of the table will be quite happy with Alexander Merkx because it gives them all a little bit of hope going into the final day. If this was a boxing card, the next one would be your main event, and that is quite fitting for the next match, Luke Littler and Nathan Girvan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alexander Merkx has put the cat amongst the pigeons as far as Group A is concerned, getting the better of Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 3, doing so with an average of 96.71. It means that Luke Littler in the last game of the session against Nathan Girvan can pull to within 2 points of the table topper with a win. Let's see how this one's going to pan out then in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, a real big tie for both. A big game for Luke in terms of possibly winning Group A, and a big opportunity for Nathan to move on to 8 points and get within striking distance of a place in Group B.
That'll be a very good recovery, really, for Nathan, considering he came into here 5 games played, 5 games lost. He has certainly been the standout performer today in terms of the averages and the stats. But for me, this is going to be a massive game of darts.
First leg is Luke to throw first. Game on.
So at the end of the last game, this was boxing, this was wrestling. The main event always comes on the last fixture. And I think this one is going to be main event style darts.
180.
Well, the start certainly is.
If you remember, I went bold on this one and not even called just a main
57.
event style game of darts. I actually said this is our first ton plus average in this fixture. Could it be a 9-darter in this fixture?
140.
Paul Hinks was hoping so anyway. Luke Littler correcting Hinksy halfway through that one.
60.
From his angle, it probably looked like a max.
141.
Wow, this is some performance in the opening leg here from Luke Littler. Leaves himself tops after 9.
92. Look, you can't
Could join the best leg of the week on 10 darts.
Game shot on the first
Against
leg.
the man
Luke Littler.
who has the best leg of the week. Beautiful. Absolutely sublime.
Second leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Quite weird when you look at the averages. If you're wondering what a 10-darter is in terms of numbers, there you go. 150.30.
There you go, Paul. Now you can call the 180. All 3 inside the treble 20. This is insane darts to start off
140.
proceedings. Nuclear darts.
100.
Just got a level of focus and aggression on the face at the moment. He wants to be the
49.
first ton plus average of the week.
Going about it the right way. Plenty of room for another.
100.
A win here for Littler will put him just 2 points away from Spellman.
100. Look, you can't 121.
Things will be interesting going into the final day. Ball.
73.
Had to go for it.
Nathan Yucar,
Love the fact
112.
that didn't even risk the chase in the treble. Tops.
72.
Caught the flight. Very nearly
Luke
bust.
Yucar, 48.
For a 2-0 lead to be halfway to the 2 points.
Game shot on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Tidying those finishes up, isn't he? That's something
Yeah.
we mentioned at the start of the day, that he's got to be tightening up if he's going to be competitive at the very top end of these groups.
Yeah, and of course going
Third
through
leg,
the
Luke
week,
to
if
throw
he,
first. Game on.
if he doesn't win Group A, then most definitely towards the back end of the week.
135.
Well, that's a 7th score of a ton or more in
78.
2 legs and 1 visit.
And 2 of them are 180s, which reduces the amount of ton plus scores you can get anyway. They're nearly 2 in themselves.
46.
But we do have Jason Askew joining us later on this week, who has the record average in this event.
It'd be great to see Jason back. It's been a while.
100.
His record could be under a little bit of threat. When you think about that record,
140.
Luke Littler's playing under the record. So just think how well Jason Askew played to get that record when you're enjoying watching these darts here from
43.
Luke Littler and how well he's performing.
Well, he's going to have to do this in 4. So 140 and tops in 1. And I think
135.
well, he'll have to do this in 2. He's currently on course, but he's at 118.22. But even if he does this in 2, his average will come down.
Getting shot on the third leg, Luke Littler.
10, 15, 14. So he's averaging 115.62, so it's going to have to be an 11, isn't it?
Fourth leg Nathan to throw first, game on.
And I wouldn't write it off. And I think Nathan Girvan's reaction tells you he's expecting it to happen as well.
57.
Well,
96.
it's going to be tough now. Well, he is on target for a Super Series PB.
57. 100.
It's just about closing the game out with as little fuss as possible.
57. 140.
May see the 19s from Luke when he returns. 7 of them leave double
85.
16, although he is a tops man, so I'm not so sure. No.
$90.
Casually picks off the ball. Does this in 2.
140. Look at your car,
Going
75.
to be well in excess of 112.
55. Nathan Car, 105.
In terms of setting big averages, Luke wouldn't have
65.
mind seeing that go in.
Look at your car, 20.
Double 10. And Matthew Eckert called it.
Getting shot on the match.
And it
Luke
ends
Littler.
with a 17 and an average of 107.36. And fair play to Matthew. He suggested that we're going to see one of this standard today. And we certainly did there. 107.36, 2 180s, 4 140s, 50% on the doubles. Well, let's have a recap with the boys on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. And well, let's begin by talking about that performance from Luke Littler. At a point, he was threatening the record for this competition. Had he hit his first match start, it would have been the record for 2023 in this competition. But 107 isn't bad.
Yeah, you'll take that, won't you? And we started off so well, didn't it? It looked like we was going through the record books and flicking through and seeing where we was going to go with this one, because that was an outstanding performance, outstanding start there from Luke Littler. It was that sort of game, though, that I think he's going to benefit from when he comes up against someone like a Nathan Girvan, someone who's got a little bit of a reputation with a little bit of pace about them, and they're just going to get on with it at a good standard. That's where I think we're going to see the best of Luke, and we certainly did in that one.
We most certainly did, and we've seen a fantastic day's worth of arrows today here at the Super Series. Let's see where the table lies then after moving day here at the Live Lounge. And, well, the one thing that hasn't moved is Alex Spellman at the top of the table. But because of that defeat to Alexander Merkx in the penultimate game of the session, that lead overnight is just 2 points.
And that can be caught. It can be caught by a couple of players. I mean, Stephen Johnstone today has been mightily impressive, and he's put himself into contention as well. But if you look at Luke Littler now and what he's got it in his own hands now, essentially, because if he is to beat Alex Spellman tomorrow, he's going to take legs off of Alex Spellman, he's going to put legs on his own column, so the legs aren't going to be a factor in there, and he will go level on points. If he gets a 4-2 victory, he will actually go above him in the table as well. So it's now back into his hands. So 2 players now are kind of in positions where it's up to them.
As far as Nathan Girvan's concerned, 3 wins from his day, and the final game, let's be honest, he probably couldn't do much about. How would he reflect upon yesterday in contrast to Monday?
Well, it should be positive, because today was a very positive performance. All of his games averaging over the 90, and when you look at what happened to him yesterday, he was nowhere near. He was sort of moping around the stage. The body language wasn't good. He almost looked at times like he didn't want to be there. But no one wants to be somewhere where you're getting beat regularly, and he got beat 5 times out of 5. Today, much better, much improved, really good levels of performance. I can't wait to crunch the numbers on there and see just exactly what those stats was, because he's got plenty to be positive about today. Well,
it's time to reveal the tucks and teaser. Before we show the graphic on screen, have you got 4 answers for me?
Got 1.
Go on.
Graham Usher.
Of course, the man who made it to the final, actually won 2 weeks here in Portsmouth.
Did Mark Webster win one of the early ones?
Indeed, he did. He did. He won in Southampton. He went through the Champions Week, and if memory serves me correct, I think he nearly won that Champions Week as well, did Webby. 2 more. One of them we saw not too long ago.
I'm done.
Go on then, let's put you out your misery. Let's show you the slide on the screen. Because a couple of weeks ago, Justin Hood added his name to the list of weekly winners that were left-handers. And Mike Gillett won in the early infancy of this competition down in Southampton. 4 lefties, actually 5 lefties on the screen if you include the presenter in that particular graphic. And Graham Usher, a player who we've seen use the Super Series as a platform to really go on and do great things. He won his tour card in January, had a good run at the UK Open, and is becoming a regular in the European Tour events.
Did I get the hard one, though, with Mark Webster?
If you think it's hard, it's hard.
I mean, Mike Gillett's a great player as well. He's going to be making his debut at Lakeside soon as well, isn't he? He's had a good year on the WDF, so not surprised to see him on the week, and I'm surprised I didn't think of Mike Gillett as one of the options.
But that is the quality of the Super Series musters, hey? You just...
It's your tungsten teaser. It's...
What can I say? What can I say? I can't speak. Anyway, time for us to depart you here on this Tuesday at the Super Series, but Wednesday is shaping up to be quite good, isn't it?
It'll be interesting once we get a chance to reflect fully on what's happened today, to see in tomorrow morning where we see this one going. But at the moment, the key thing is there's plenty to play for, and 2 out of the 6 players are still in that position that we all want to be. We want it in our hands. We don't want to look for other people. We don't want favours, and the top 2 players have got it to do.
We cannot wait. I hope you will join us on Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series, where the first player will make it through to Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to depart you for now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.